The future moves faster than it used to. The speed of innovation in the digital age puts businesses at risk of falling behind. But it's these challenges that excite ACCA and its members. For us, the future means opportunity. We're the home of future-ready talent, creating trusted finance professionals to safeguard and future-proof your business. In a fast-moving world, our leading research, qualifications, training, and recruitment tools can give your organization a competitive edge. But what does future-proofing look like? How does working with ACCA benefit your business? The letters ACCA represent the world's leading finance qualification. They're letters you can trust. Our competency framework enables businesses to better understand the financial opportunities and challenges of their sector. Our CPD keeps your finance professionals at the forefront of knowledge, so you'll always be ahead of the curve. Find the future-ready talent you need to drive your business forward. With the world's largest specialist finance and accountancy job board, over 500,000 ACCA professionals and students ready to help expand your business. Powered by our unique global network, our cutting-edge research program provides vital insight to make the right calls. We're ready for tomorrow to help businesses succeed and improve systems that change lives and safeguard environments to be a force for good. ACCA is ready for the future. Are you?
Bharat Electronics Limited, BEL, is a pioneer in defense electronic systems for safeguarding land, sea and airspace.
Friends, good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are in the globe. It's a very pleasant morning in India, and I trust the weather is equally beneficial across the globe, wherever our members have logged in. It is my privilege and honor to declare formally the felicitation for winners of the Golden Peacock Awards, both national and global. We have assembled here today to felicitate the winners for global and national Golden Peacock Awards for corporate social responsibility and HR excellence. I especially congratulate the winning global companies from the USA, the UAE, Philippines, Switzerland, and Thailand, who had participated in the competition for best corporate performance today. I also welcome the winners from some of the leading companies of India, both from the public and the private sectors, who are similarly present, along with their global counterparts. Friends, it is fortunate that Shri Anurag Singh Thakur, the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India, is with us today. In our last webinar also, he had delivered a most erudite address on a similar theme. His commitment to CSR is second to none in the Council of Ministers today. It is my pleasure to introduce to you some of the most eminent civil servants of India who are in their own way pioneers in promoting sound corporate responsibility in the organizations they serve and are currently heading. Shri Tarun Kapoor, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, is a well-known promoter of CSR in the large number of organizations which he is in charge today in the state petroleum and natural gas sectors. He is present today along with others who are very committed practitioners of CSR in their own way. The committed CSR practitioners in the petroleum ministry and petroleum PSUs may not be figuring amongst the winners today, but they are second to none in practicing CSR and simultaneously developing the interlinked human resources in their organizations. Dr. V.P. Joy, IS Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala, is unfortunately held up at the last minute because of a crisis situation in Kerala pertaining to the pandemic. So he has asked his excuse, but he has asked me to convey to you that in Kerala, the state PSUs are fully committed today to the best CSR practices and promoting the same in their own limited way. Dr. Joy has also informed me that Kerala is today in the forefront amongst the Indian states, not only in CSR, but also in developing human resources in the public sector. Though they may not be listed amongst the winners today, but he has been kind enough, Dr. Joy, to send some of the most committed professionals from a state who will shortly be with you after the President's address. The vision of CSR embodied in Indian laws is now finding its way in the thinking of governments around the world. In the latest meeting of the world's richest nations, known as G7, is now thinking of mandating CSR for those well-performing top companies of the world which are not performing their social responsibility in the form of paying proper tax. This is another form of enforcing social responsibility by mandating these companies, these large companies such as Google, Amazon, Tesla, Facebook, etc., to pay adequate taxes so that their respective governments can better discharge CSR on their behalf. This is a testament to the vision of CSR exhibited by the Indian Parliament almost a decade back. IOD believes that the concept of HR excellence, for which the awards are being distributed today, is closely linked with proper discharge of CSR by the corporates. For this reason, even the advanced G7 countries are now also focusing on sorry to interrupt, there is a message from Dr. Joy, the Kerala Chief Secretary, for his sentiments which he had expressed in our last physical meet in Ashoka Hotel, New Delhi, year before last, when he was DG Hydrocarbons. To resume, the advanced G7 countries are now focusing on some of the world's top 25 richest corporate billionaires to pay proportionate taxes to discharge their social responsibility. The two, CSR and HR excellence, go hand in hand. We at IOD have always believed that the successful companies that discharge their social responsibility in a meaningful manner also develop their human resources in the best possible manner. The discharge of CSR simultaneously produces and automatically has the best human resources in their respective organizations. It was Victor Hugo, the great French philosopher, who said that more powerful than the strongest army in the world is an idea whose time has come. The IOD is of the considered view that CSR is one such idea. For this reason, the Indian Parliament, in its wisdom, incorporated the concept of CSR for the first time in 2013 in the Indian Companies Act. As most of you may be knowing, India was the first country in the world to mandate CSR more as a moral duty than a penal legal obligation. And IOD is one of the pioneers in promoting the concept of CSR, Golden Peacock Awards. The moral duty is cast on profit-making corporates without discrimination, whether in the public or private sectors, so that they can discharge their social obligations to the society at large. It is basically an embodiment of the vision of Mahatma Gandhi, the father of modern India, that all corporates are trustees of the wealth they create. This wealth in the form of profits must not only serve the owners and promoters of these companies, but also the people who are less fortunate. I once again commend not only the winners, but also the numerous applicants, almost 1,000 of whom apply every year for the coveted GP award. It is an annual award, and may these other applicants win the next time. I hereby extend my heartfelt thanks to the chairman of the jury, Honorable Justice M.N. Venkatchalaya, the former Chief Justice of India, and other distinguished members of the jury who are all working during the pandemic along with us and discharging their responsibilities. I also commend the several hundred participants who have logged in today, as always, from all over India and abroad. They encourage the IOD in carrying on its mission even during the pandemic. Our mission doesn't get interrupted. We are particularly thankful to ACCA UK, the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants. It is a global body for professional accountants operating in 180 countries as our principal strategic partner. We are also pleased to have HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, Oil India Limited, Bharat Electronics Limited, and Petronet LG Limited as gold partners. We are also thankful to our various silver partners, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, the Kerala State Electronics Development Corporation Limited, Madras Fertilizers Limited, the Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers, Mangalore Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited, Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers Limited, the Indraprastha Gas Limited, Brahmaputra Cracker and Polymer Limited, along with our various associate partners, Bharat Petroleum, Chennai Petroleum, Bamal Lorry, Kerala Industrial Infrastructure Development Corporation, and Goa Shipyard Limited. Thank you, friends, once again for being with us today. And I now request Lieutenant General J.S. Ahluwalia, retired PVSM, the President, Institute of Directors, to please deliver his welcome address. Over to Lieutenant General.
Hello.
Good morning, General.
Good morning. Thanks, Ashok. I welcome Shri Narayan Murthy ji, Chairman Caltron, whom I can see on the Shri Ratna Shekhar, CMD Bamar Lorry, and Ms. Shimantu, a professional CSR with a vast global experience, including in United Nations, and an instructor for IOD's Directors Masterclass in the subject of CSR. So, great pleasure to have them all to speak about CSR to this esteemed audience. I have great pleasure to welcome all the participants for this special webinar on CSR and the Golden Peacock Awards presentation ceremony today. These awards were instituted in 1991 as a public service to raise the quality of important corporate functional areas to match global benchmarks. IOD very strongly believes that the responsible competitiveness brings out the best from the corporates. It raises their overall quality and standards to the global standards. Today's business landscape has vastly changed. There is no telling what will define the post-pandemic era. The major disruptions are due to the geopolitical and technological reasons affecting globalization, digitization, and the supply chains. CSR has come of age in India, a hot and much talked about corporate issue today. It has moved from the fringes to the central mainstream of corporate consciousness, from the back room to the boardroom. The corporates are also now engines of social transformation, turning business into a cause. The boundaries between business and communities have blurred. Profits are for short term, but blessings of society go long term. Corporates need to manage socio-economic cleavages, conflicts, and shareholder expectations. They need to create an emotional connect with the impacted society to create a buy-in. CSR is driven by passion and is led from the top. It's not a PR exercise for earning brownies. You know how Vedanta had to abandon iron ore mining in Odisha 10 years back as they failed to create an emotional connect with the community or buying in with the local tribes. India has been a global frontrunner in CSR, making it legally mandatory for the major profit-making corporates. Today, over 16,000 companies out of over 8 lakh registered companies in India who are covered under these CSR spend of about 25,000 crores every year. The CSR projects, they certainly need to be managed by professionals with skills and social concerns. Nearly 75% of the CSR projects today are large and being managed by NGOs, which have mushroomed to over 3.3 million in India. NGOs are basically not-for-profit, voluntary, unstructured organizations. Their credibility and trust deficit still leave much to be desired. My special thanks to our special guests and congratulations to today's award winners in CSR and HR excellence fields. I wish you all a good day and best of health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jal Saab, for your brief and relevant address, welcoming all the participants. Friends, it is now my privilege to invite Shri A. Ratnashekhar, Chairman and Managing Director, Bamal Lorry and Company Limited, who is with us today. Friends, Mr. Ratnashekhar has over 30 years of experience in multicultural organizations and human resource management, industrial relations, and administration. A keen strategist with a flair for designing and implementing innovative strategies and HR interventions in line with industry standards. He has hands-on experience in manpower planning, sourcing, talent acquisition, talent management, learning and development initiative, 360-degree leadership development, program performance management systems and performance counseling, career planning, and employee motivation programs. Friends, we are particularly grateful to Mr. Ratnashekhar, one of the most competent technical professionals in India today, who has spared his time to be with us and enlighten us with his vast and rich experience. And as you may have heard, he's a turnaround man. Bamal Lorry today is restoring it to its old glory as one of the leading organizations in India. Mr. Ratnashekhar, please.
Yeah. So, good morning, all. Dr. Ashok Kapoor and Mr. Lieutenant General Ahluwalia ji and Narayana Murthy ji and Manoj Raut ji and other participants. It's indeed a pleasure talking to all of you on this seminar, and then which is basically this program is meant for giving away the Golden Peacock Awards, which is actually a very sought after awards. I still remember when I was in BEL, we used to prepare for this award like a war. And then when we got this award, we were elated. So thanks to the brand of IOD, which is actually running this award successfully, and then actually recognizing the efforts put in by various companies and making way for them and then motivating them by giving such awards. I really compliment IOD for organizing such awards and events. I'm glad that we are deliberating on a topic which assumes great significance in these unprecedented times. CSR and sustainability is a shared responsibility, and business can no more operate in isolation. CSR is measured in terms of business improving conditions for their employees, shareholders, communities, and environment. But I believed moral responsibility goes further, reflecting the need for corporations to address fundamental ethical issues such as inclusion, dignity, and equity. As Mr. Ratan Tata said, business need to go beyond the interest of their companies to the communities they serve, and which is actually true for many of our corporates. Companies with their eye on their triple bottom line outperform their less fastidious peers on the stock market. This is by economists. In these unprecedented times, corporates and communities have worked together to fight COVID-19, and I believe the public sector has done exemplary work, especially companies under MOPNG. Under the guidance of our Honorable Minister, PNG and Steel, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, oil marketing companies and steel makers added 10,500 oxygenated COVID beds. These two sectors together have been supplying major part of liquid medical oxygen for the national requirement on daily basis. In view of the extraordinary crisis situation arising or the havoc created by the COVID-19 second wave, the shortage and availability of oxygen across India, it was decided by each of the oil PSU under the administrative control of MOPNG would set up pressure swing absorption oxygen plants. That is what PSA plants, adequate capacity at identified hospitals in different states, as per the directive of the Health Ministry. Each of the oil PSUs is responsible for commissioning of PSA plant. Bamalari has been entrusted with the responsibility to install plants in 5 locations in the state of Karnataka. In the current year CSR activities, PSCs are more focused on oxygen plant installation, supply of oxygen cylinders, and supply of oxygen concentrators and their distribution, vaccination drives, and distribution of masks and sanitizers to communities wherever they are working, wherever their operational areas are there. Meanwhile, the affordable housing rental scheme projects and development in aspirational districts as per directives of Niti Aayog, also a key component for the CSR activities of the organizations. And this affordable rental housing is an idea which has come across because of COVID-19 has created unprecedented exodus of migrant workers. If you are able to provide them proper housing, then they will not go for their own native places and exodus will not be there. So this was the idea behind of formulating this affordable rental housing scheme. MOPNG scheme, companies have done significant work in the area of environment protection, skill development, and Swachh Bharat as well. CSR projects in line with celebration of Amrit Mahotsav 75 years of India's independence, Bamalari has taken up mass tree plantation drives, distribution of sanitary kits to underprivileged kids across their operational areas. Then we did some COVID preventive activities also. Our company has contributed close to 1 crore 28 lakhs to the Prime Minister's Citizens Assistance and Relief Emergency Situations to help the fight COVID pandemic in the country. Bamalari allocated 1 crore corporate CSR fund for the voluntary contribution of 1 day's salary apart from the contribution of salary from employees. Then we are actually going to install 5 oxygen plants in Tumkur, which is District Hospital Tumkur, which is having 1,000 liters capacity. And Kalaburgi, which is government hospital, Jewargi place is the where we are going to install our PSA plant, which is having 500 liters per minute capacity. And district hospital Chamrajnagar having 1,000 liters capacity. And in Bidar, we are installing in Bhalki government hospital 500 liters per minute. And again in Bidar GH government hospital Hamnabad is 500 liters basically a PSA plant. As part of CSR activities undertaken during the COVID-19 lockdown, IP plant at Chittoor distributed food items to the migrant laborers, underprivileged families in the villages nearby the plant. From 1st to 15th of July 2020, as part of COVID Jan Andolan campaign, company distributed 19,450 masks, 4,350 sanitizers 100 ml and 1,600 gloves among 4,450 beneficiaries in communities residing in and around the units establishments across the country. PPE distribution at ICP Raxol along with demonstration how to wear the same was also undertaken. Currently, similar distribution programs are undertaken on pan-India level. And vaccination programs are also being conducted for our employees, their dependents and related people. As we all know, the practice of CSR is a kind of established the Indian public sector undertakings as they have been practicing CSR both morally and statutorily. Under guidelines on corporate governance and central public enterprises 2010 issued by Department of Public Enterprise with reference to section 135 of Companies Act 2013, every company having net worth of rupees 500 crore or more or turnover rupees of 1,000 crore or more or a net profit of rupees 5 crore or more during the immediately three preceding financial years, a corporate social responsibility committee to be constituted which will be assisting the board for carrying out the CSR programs, and 3 or more directors out of which at least 1 independent director should be on the board. This brings credibility to the function and funds allocation to the prudent work in CSR. However, I feel that immense scope for improvement for CSR initiatives of PSUs to be successful. There is a need for dynamic collaboration and interest of multiple stakeholders and beneficiaries need to be addressed. Additionally, the CSR initiatives of PSUs are aligned with various initiatives of the government influence, and hence companies have to be proactive, enhancing transparency and credibility of the processes involved in the projects. We also need to have strict SLAs related to the role of external agencies in assisting the corporates with planning and implementing the CSR initiatives. We need to draw a line of demarcation of such aid and stress more on capacity building rather than complete dependence. Auditing and assessment are the key for the success of sustainability of the projects. Member companies have to find out ways and means assist each other in realizing the success of the various projects that are common. In my view, the broad focus areas for CPSUs for PSUs are eradicating extreme hunger and poverty, promotion of education, promoting gender equality and empowering women, reducing child mortality, improving mental health, combating human immunodeficiency virus, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, malaria and other diseases, ensuring environmental sustainability, employment enhancing vocational skills, social business projects, contribution to the Prime Minister National Relief Fund, and relief on funds for the welfare of scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, other backward classes, minorities and women, such as matters as may be prescribed. Though the new gazette notification, the government has added PM CARES fund as an eligible beneficiary CSR fund. The collaborative power PSU is immense. With the group commitment, we can surely do a lot more for the interests of all stakeholders. I thank Institute of Directors and especially Mr. Ashok Kapoor for giving me an opportunity to express myself in this great gathering. And before concluding, I remember one of the Ghalib's quote. I would like to quote and conclude. जिंदगी भर धूल साफ करता रहा गालिब, जिंदगी भर धूल साफ करता रहा गालिब, धूल चेहरे पे था पर आईना साफ कर रहा था. So what I mean to say here, basically the dust was on the face, but I started cleaning the mirror. So our efforts of CSR funds, whatever we are utilizing, it should be put in right direction. Our efforts should be in right direction to make use of best use of the funds which we are utilizing for CSR and get the results. And I thank once again IOD for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ratnashekhar. That was a very comprehensive, all-encompassing address by you, and the IOD is really grateful amidst your heavy responsibilities, you could spare so much of your time. Your quotation of one of India's leading poets is very apt, which reminds me of a great thinker about climate change, that is anticipated by Mahatma Gandhi, when he said, the climate is not changed. Its patterns, its cycles are the same. We have changed. Our life cycles have changed. Our lavish living styles. So we are really grateful, Mr. Ratnashekhar. Friends, it's now my privilege to invite the next speaker. The listed keynote speaker, Dr. K. Ilangovan, the Principal Secretary, Commerce and Industries, unfortunately has sent a message that because of pandemic emergency, the CM has summoned all the senior secretaries and they are held up because of the sudden pandemic emergency in Kerala. But we are grateful to Dr. Ilangovan for having deputed today as a speaker most eminent technocrats from Kerala, his home state, who is Mr. N. Narayana Murthy, Chairman, Kerala State Electronics Development Corporation Limited, Keltron. In fact, jokingly, in the business and industry circles, CSR circles in Kerala State, I'm told by Dr. Ilangovan that he will do greater justice to the topic than he would have done. And in Kerala, they say the two of the most eminent technocrats and CSR and business HR experts are both Mr. N. Narayana Murthy. Who is brighter? I would like our attendees to please tell us. Mr. Narayana Murthy is a very distinguished scientist of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, that is ISR, Indian Space Research Organization. He's a brilliant graduate in electronics and communications engineering. He's a fellow of Aeronautical Society of India and a Systems Society of India. He has made excellent contributions to the system design and electrical integration of India's satellite launch vehicle program. Now, Shri Narayana Murthy's services are being utilized and his scientific expertise being utilized by the Kerala government to promote CSR and HR excellence with a scientific perspective. Over to Mr. Narayana Murthy for his address. Welcome, Mr. Narayana.
Very good afternoon to all. Thank you, Mr. Ashok Kapoor, for the nice introduction. Mr. Ashok Kapoor, Lieutenant General J.S. Ahwalia, Mr. Ratnashekhar, and all participants. On behalf of Kerala State Electronics Development Corporation Limited, Keltron, and on behalf of Government of Kerala, let me wish the IOD and its team as well as the organizers the very best on for this function. Now, the objective of my presence here is to introduce Keltron to the community, because as you know, Keltron is a public sector organization started in 1973 and is the only public sector undertaking, state level public undertaking in electronics department, still continuing to manufacture goods in very strategic areas. And now so my objective of presentation here is mainly for the introduction of Keltron and its products, and how the august audience who are there are many technocrats in this audience and public sector undertakings of both central government as well as other international audience abroad. whether they can tie up with Keltron both technically and then in the marketing tie-ups. But before I go to my function of presenting the Keltron products, let me also share my views on the CSR responsibility and the way Kerala sector public undertakings along with the Keltron is very active and fully committed in ensuring the CSR in combating the COVID pandemic, and also on the online education system, because this is a main necessity in the present times. So along with the Kerala government initiatives and the Chief Minister's Relief Fund, see, we are very actively participating in this area, and especially now many of the public sector undertakings have been sponsoring medical equipments for different hospitals and the needy people. And here the main point I have to mention is the KMML, which is a Kerala sector undertaking, public sector. They have a massive industrial oxygen plant. They are totally converted into the medical oxygen, and they have set up near 2 schools, totally converted these 2 schools into the primary health centers for COVID treatment. And they, from their plant, they have directly connected the oxygen lines for the 300 bed hospital. So this is a commendable contribution by the Kerala sector public sector undertaking. Also, Keltron also has been doing its bit based on the requirements, and many of our employees, both in Keltron as well as in public sector undertakings, they have been joining with the community kitchen program of government of Kerala, distributing free food packets to people who are on quarantine, as well as they are in needy in the houses who are having who are held up in this COVID pandemic times. So this is the, in summary, definitely we are in the forefront, as you know, especially the government, the state of Kerala and its people generally with respect to the social responsibility. They are always in the forefront of helping society. That's a very important point to note. Now, we have sent certain presentation materials to IOD to introduce Kerala, the Keltron, and just briefing on the activities of Keltron in the technical field. So it will be nice if IOD team can present that. I hope to consent. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So as you know, this Kerala government, this Keltron is one of the largest public sector enterprise in the electronics sector, and is having, it's already more than 47 years. And this is a multi-product organization engaged in manufacturing of strategic systems as well as systems engineering, and also taking care of the total IT initiatives and e-governance activities of government of Kerala. Can you go to next? Now this Keltron has got its corporate office in Trivandrum, but it has got 6 manufacturing centers spread across the state of Kerala, and also 2 subsidiary companies called Keltron Component Complex in Kannur and Keltron Electro-Ceramics Limited in Malappuram. And then of course our services basically, see now we are a system integrator with respect to many IT and other solar projects, then design and development based on the technology from defense institutions as well as other development institutions of central government. We take up production for strategic space and defense activities, and also technical services, and we are the accredited total solution provider to government of Kerala IT initiatives and IT related activities, especially all the e-schools and e-governance activities, and then smart classrooms, and also the service projects in many sectors, including election commission activities and others. Next. So now I will just summarize the main contributions of Keltron in the manufacturing and service sector so that the honorable audience can take note of it and definitely partner with us in future. Now, Keltron is an accredited and well-known power electronics group mainly for critical applications. If you look at all the nuclear power stations and thermal power plants in India, you can see high power UPS battery chargers and inverters of Keltron, because we are one of the few certified agencies with respect to seismic and then reliability analysis. And this because this particular UPS systems, they work flawlessly even for almost continuously for 20-25 years. Next. Similarly, we are a system builder for all across Kerala, mainly for solar power projects. We can have our own design and installation teams. Next. See, for the defense electronic side, mainly we are focusing on naval systems and submarine applications. We are associated with the Bharat Electronics Limited, then Navy, as well as NPOL Cochin based on their designs and products. Now we are very strong in the equipments like echo sounder and other and underwater communication, and also other equipments. Next. See, all the power amplifiers and the other requirements for the naval systems. Next. And also for the submarine applications and other sonobuoys and the towed array systems. And we are the only company making hydrophones for underwater applications based on the technology transfer from NPOL. So we have an array of systems for the naval use and also the submarine uses. Next. Then with respect to the process industries planned, we are one of the leading pneumatic actuators design because our product is well accepted in all the process industries, both thermal and any cement plant or any other things. We get regular inquiries for these pneumatic actuator products. Next. Another key area in Keltron, because you might have seen in many Indian cities, right from the beginning, the traffic controllers and the traffic signaling systems were from Keltron. Now we have added to this line, adding to the ITMS system, because that is part of the smart city projects in all centers. So intelligent traffic management system use, and these are all based on Keltron's own traffic controllers and signaling system as well as technology. Next. The traffic enforcement is another area. It's not only management. Now, as part of the safe city projects throughout Kerala, traffic enforcement system is also very important. So Keltron has its own manufacturing setup for the ANPR cameras and speed violation systems using 3D radar system, which is the latest in technology accepted world over. And we have got a very major project in Kerala. Now we are executing that at 135 crores. And this will be a benchmark in the upcoming projects in across all the cities of India. And because this is the latest technology we are employing in this area. And also we are very strong in computerized vehicle fitness testing and as well as driver testing track right now, which we are established in Kerala across all districts. And we would like to be a partner in other cities also. Next. So another domain is the space electronics group. We are one of the accredited fabricators of space electronic packages for both the launch vehicles and satellite agencies. And we have our own fabrication facilities and certification course by in joining with ISRO for is now done for Keltron for all fabricators. Next. See, we are venturing into medical field also slowly. We are in the process of manufacturing pulse oximeters, oxygen concentrators, and ICU grade ventilators, but which will hit the markets maybe soon. But right now we are having two key products called 7 hearing aids, which is almost compatible with the international specifications, but very reasonably priced. It is 40% less than the international product. And the government of Kerala has now certified our this hearing aid for distribution among all their social responsibility CSR programs, and we are almost now given more than 20,000 hearing aids to different communities in Kerala as part of the social responsibility programs in Kerala. Next. See, another main domain is our knowledge service group. Now, to turn the society into a knowledge service society, as part of the Kerala government initiative also, and the Keltron has been doing this activity for the last 30 years. But now we have added so many new relevant topics, and we are having almost 35 our own centers and 200 authorized training centers across the state and in all engineering colleges. And this we are training almost 8,000 students in a year, and we have groomed many professionals who has got employment opportunities in many important institutions in India as well as abroad. And this is one domain we would like to partner with others to grow this activity and domain. Next. This is one area of Keltron Component Complex Limited. See, we are one of the biggest manufacturers of aluminum electrolytic capacitors and MPP capacitors. We hold a market share of almost 30%. We have the BA certification, and along with this augmenting this product range, now we are going to add supercapacitor plant, because in the energy sector, supercapacitor is going to be a big device in India. So as part of Atmanirbhar Bharat, we are establishing a full-fledged plant in this complex. So, and also we are planning to add additional devices in this plant in the future. Next. So if you look at the turnover of Keltron Group, it has been steadily growing, and also even in pandemic time, we have been able to achieve in the last year 535 crores with a profit of net profit of around 12 crores. But we have an order book of 800 crores, and we have very strong manpower, technical, administrative, and HR personnel, and also very big lab facilities, wherein we can put additional facilities and resources also. Next. So at the end, to summarize we would like to invite marketing and technology tie-up for our reinforcing the upcoming plans. Next. Next. In the marketing tie-up, we invite our partners for seismic qualified UPS system for the big installations, then digital hearing aids, then marketing of aluminum electrolytic capacitors and metallized polypropylene capacitors, defense products for naval application with friendly countries subject to government approval. But as part of the ITMS systems, we can cooperate with other system builders for supply of critical devices like ANPR cameras and speed enforcement radar devices, and also associating with the Keltron Knowledge Service Group with other partners for many online courses which are up to date, and we have a very strong presence in this area. Next. Then we are now the government of Kerala has they have put in their manifesto Keltron as their focus area in the next 5 years. So we want to increase our market share in manufacturing. So for that, now we are looking for technology tie-up, and now the expression of interest will come in the next few weeks. Transformerless modular UPS systems, solar PCUs, Then in the manufacturing system, IGBT and power MOSFETs, IoT sensor systems, and ceramic chip capacitors, and security surveillance system. These areas we need partners for technology tie-up from both the central government PSUs and other private companies. So to summarize this, we want both marketing tie-up and technology tie-up, and definitely Keltron as a public sector unit in India will definitely grow big in the electronic sector manufacturing in alliance with the objectives of both Government of Kerala and Government of India. So thank you very much. Next. So thank you very much for giving the opportunity to present before the August audience the Keltron brand, and also thank especially Dr. Ashok Kapoor for taking this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Narayana Murthy, for a very comprehensive and learned address. We are thankful to you for sparing so much of your time, and through you to the Kerala government for having deputed one of the most competent technocrats heading a flagship state public sector undertaking. No wonder the joke in Kerala is among government circles, who is a better, well-qualified technocrat, Mr. N. Narayana Murthy of Infosys or Mr. N. Narayana Murthy of Keltron. I leave this judgment to the distinguished. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Friends, now we have with us a very distinguished speaker whom we had specially requested to be with us today. And I have great pleasure in introducing to you Miss. Yes, can you? Yes. Miss Simantini Court, Independent Director, Suzlon Energy Limited, and she is one of India's best sustainable development professionals. Ms. Court has 4 decades of experience in the development sector, 12 years in the United Nations. You might say, how can she have 4 decades, a lady who is just crossed 30, but believe me, she has more than her age of experience in UN assignments and 8 years of experience in the CSR functioning all over India. She is an exceptional technocrat because she is sustainability consultant in almost all the continents of the world. She is on the governing body of a large number of very prestigious NGOs. She is a senior evaluation specialist of the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, and she is also commissioned by the United Nations as a senior evaluation specialist. Ms. Court is partner Chaya Strategic Advisors Limited LLP. Ms. Court is a highly qualified professional. She is the alumnus of the very prestigious Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Bombay. And it's my great pleasure to invite Ms. Court. She's also has been kind enough to be member of the faculty of IOD, where most of the participants of the IOD's programs, learning and educational programs, evaluate Ms. Court as one of India's leading technical experts and a CSR specialist. And I now hand it over to Ms. Court, Ms. Simantini Court. Ms. Court, there is another request. We have, before the lunch session, a large number of several hundred participants who have logged in. Many of them are very keen to ask questions, and we would request you if you can moderate these questions to our very distinguished experts were tested. Miss Court, please.
I'm asked to speak on the role of directors on the board in promoting CSR. Now, most of the people, when they speak of CSR, they love to speak CSR as, giving back to society, which is mostly a very philanthropic and charity-oriented approach, giving back, distribution, doing good to others. Most of it is generally done to look good. We also make steel, like we also do business, but really we are here for, doing great, being good Samaritans like. A lot of times companies are also creating their own foundations and putting money from one pocket into other, basically to save taxes. But if you really go back and ask a few people, why did they in the first place start something like this? Then if they really want to open out and tell why are they into it, a lot of time I have come across people who say that, well, there was demand from local people, there was some NGO raising voice. So often it is done to allow your stakeholders or make your stakeholders allow you to do business. But when they speak of CSR, somehow it is very paternalistic attitude that we are fine. It's those women who don't have education, some children's health is bad, so we're doing it for others. But in reality, there are a lot of direct and indirect stakeholders whose issues need to be addressed so that they allow you to do business. Rarely is this kind of interdependence on direct or indirect stakeholders is recognized. And so I feel to do good business, it's important that, to do good business that can we go to the next slide? The paradigm is really shifting in India, and sustainability of businesses is also at stake. There have been a lot of recent corporate scandals. So a company that is doing a lot of so-called good CSR is not necessarily pardoned either by media, civil society, environmentalists, whoever is affected by their business, just because they do CSR. In the first place, people expect you to do good business and not be charitable, because your dharma is to get return on investment, not just for today, tomorrow and day after. So think about how will you sustain return on your investment before you start talking about someone else who doesn't have something to satisfy them. Because you're here as a business sector to create a good model of how to do good business. And educated civil society today expects you to do it without trampling on other people's lives, their interests, their sustainability. Moreover, today, a lot of global players are coming in Indian companies and expect that regulatory controls are followed to the last word. And so CSR, the way it is seen that business as usual and CSR just to either tick mark or look good is not going to sustain for too long. It's something like I always say, it's like a Virappan model. Virappan, whose business was to smuggle and export sandalwood. But just by doing some good to local people in a 1 square kilometer area, even 1,000 police would never find him. And that's because he was just doling out. And some local people really favored him. But when it came to really looking at him for how good is his business, or is his business good to society today, tomorrow, day after, or even for environment, then he was not pardoned. So in the short run, it might help you if you were just to dole out and keep some people happy for some time. But as they say, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but not all of the people all of the time. So when you're doing business, can you go to the next slide, please? In the new risk reality, which anybody may say there is ease of operations today for businesses, but you yourselves know who are in business that there is an increasing demand for transparency. SEBI is imposing a whole lot of new regulations, and to satisfy that, you need good personnel with you. But there is very high attrition. Employees with good skills, good capacities have aspirations. The infrastructure and amenities to run your business are not guaranteed. So you may start a business, but is electricity, water, transportation, good roads assured to you? That's a question mark. So all the calculations that you have done to make a break even for business or your input output ratios may not remain constant. So in the new risk reality, I would say sustainability of corporate itself is an issue. Can you go to the next slide? So in this new risk reality, really, what is important? Can you go to the next slide? Yeah. In the new risk reality, what has become very important is not just balance sheet, but your reputation. Are you a good, reliable, trustworthy company? Not just loss of money, but loss of face costs you a lot more. It's very difficult to come back and keep your name such that people would want to invest in you if you have done some crimes. And over there, a lot of CSR somehow invested, but that doesn't return. Not just legal, but social sanctions are important, and not just tangible, but intangible asset, which is your trustworthiness, which is your reliability, which society expects you to be good neighbor. So in this new risk reality, it is important that you are seen as a good stakeholder. So can you go to the next slide? So in this new risk reality, to be transparent is more important than secretive. To be sensitive and not indifferent. To be ethical and not just being compliant. To be inclusive and not internally focused. To be responsive and not rigid. So my friends, what I would say, for corporate social responsibility for you to be all this. Be transparent, sensitive, ethical, inclusive, responsive. And that should be your CSR. Not distributing medicines, not distributing blanket when it's cold, not distributing umbrellas when it's raining, or not distributing medicines because somebody's sick. While doing your business, do your business in such a way that you will not trample on other people's right. You will not create relative poverty and then go back and cover it up. So sustainability of your own business would then demand that you are doing business in a way that does not harm anybody or anything. I would go to the next slide and say, what is sustainability of business? You put in some money, but unless there is good natural capital, social capital, human capital, and physical capital, if you take out any one of this excessively, your money will stop circulating with the speed that you expect. Suppose your business is beverages and you are excavating water. 1 liter of beverage, they say, requires 9 liters of water. And you go on digging and extracting water. Your own business will suffer because for how long can groundwater sustain the kind of exploitation that you will cause? Or you go in an area, there could be, and I could take a number of examples where business raw materials or business processes or business sales and marketing will have an impact on one of these capitals: natural, social, human, physical, or financial. And for too long, this will not be tolerated. So if you really want your business to sustain, what you have to do is to take care of all these 5 capitals, that your business operating systems are shaped in a way that you will not create an impact. Now, this kind of CSR, nobody likes. It's a very inconvenient kind of CSR that I'm talking about, because everybody loves to say, hey, why don't you distribute computers? Or why don't you improve some schools? Or why don't you start some mobile vans that give free medicine? Everybody loves this kind of thing because that does not expect you to change yourself. It's much like I always give example. If you go to school and your teacher tells you, oh, you have a very intelligent boy, but he doesn't concentrate. So your generally solution is, can I give him a computer? Can I put him in a tennis class? Can I do something? But nobody says, I should spend more time at home. I should watch TV less. I should drink less. I should smoke less. I should bring about change in myself. Same way, industries, if they want to change the way their ecosystem is, they will have to look at making good business. And that's why I think CSR is about sustainability, sustaining yourself first. Go to the next slide. And globally, in fact, everybody is talking about CSR in this manner. CSR to me is a focused response to social and environmental issues raised by a company's operation, not something that has been there for ages. That's something let government do. Don't reduce government's responsibility or themselves. We are all paying taxes. But when we run our business, we should be pro people, pro environment. Delete issues, allow. Next slide. So globally, in fact, if you see all definition, whether of United Nations, of OECD, European Union, globally, if you see, they are all talking about doing good business and not doing business anyway, who ban, who can prove, and then do some kind of arm distribution. Go to the next slide. So I generally give a lot of examples, and I've been working with a lot of companies to build what I call as sustainability as a strategy. So that's why I call even my consulting as strategic CSR. Do it with a strategy that none of my direct or indirect stakeholder, no matter if it's a mute environment, because if you are trampling on environment, then some environmental NGOs, some civil society people will raise an issue against you. And I've seen a whole lot of that. So for me, CSR must go beyond charity. CSR must go taking over what government must do. Government should do what government is supposed to do, so that we are not there to take care of what they have left behind. Go to the next slide. So for me, CSR must ensure sustainability. It must reduce conflicts with your surrounding neighborhood. It could be civil society or environment. Reduce your pollution, reduce whatever corruption that is in the area, control socially unacceptable behaviors, bridge the gaps between, make use of the resources that you have, improve your own governance. Next slide. Can we go to the next slide? Next slide, please. Yeah. So there are a number of business linked issues. Insist on environment impact assessment, insist on social impact assessment, and you will come to know that not by design, but inadvertently, you may be affecting somebody. Identify your potential positive impacts also, and how you can increase those through business, maybe through outsourcing, maybe through local sourcing, maybe being fair price giver. So there are a number of ways, and in coming days, go to the next one. There are going to be a number of challenges. Corona has given us a good test. There's some things, many businesses which may not see any apparent link between a pandemic and their business. But today, when they have suffered and they see their balance sheets affected in last 1 year, everybody is thinking about how in my ecosystem, what I do can make a difference. Now, all the IT companies who've been treating their employees well, whether work from home or the kind of, in the number of ways, their loyalties have increased. In fact, the way women employees in companies are getting recognized, because today they can balance their different roles. Can you go to the next slide, please? Usually I handle my slides. So in the next decade, in fact, please go back. There are going to be a number of challenges. As I said, Corona was the first good test. Go back, please. There is going to be climate change issue. There is going to be severe water shortage issue. There is going to be, energy and fuel related issue. There is going to be food scarcity issue. There will be deforestation and, increase in temperature or fires. There is going to be. Now, how does this happen? It's because the industrial growth has been so imbalanced. How can we make sure that we are not contributing to increase of any of these? Won't that be a good CSR? But no, We want to do our business the way we want, believing that this will give us better return. Maybe they do in the shorter run, but in the longer run, if each of your SOP has gone through all of these apparent very short-term, medium-term, long-term risk, then to deal with these, if you are using CSR either to pilot how to reduce risk, and that would be still under those Section 7 of Companies Act 2013, 135. Please go to the next slide. So it's not as though if you do this, and there are going to be a number of reporting standards that will become very popular. ESG in India is now coming in a big way, because when you see that the industrial growth is impacting farmers' lives, then when farmers come on the road and protest for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, business suffers, because for a long time farmers have suffered from business. I always tell that the lowest paid employee in a corporate is 10 times more paid than a farmer's family, which slogs around the year. You might know that I introduce myself as farmer by choice, because you know farmers are the most neglected, and this is how I like all the introduction that you gave is fine. But when I say I'm a farmer, people say, oh, what the species is, because everybody's forgotten what is a farmer. Please go to the next slide. So CSR should be for building sustainable solutions so that we coexist with synergy. The bottom line is CSR can risk-proof your stock valuation, because one thing is very sure, stock markets dislike risk, and there are all the risk that you see can be plugged. CSR then will make business sense as well. Today they are so de-linked, and this is not going to help anyone, neither the government nor industry nor civil society nor environment. So we have to have a win-win-win solution. So you should be able to say, oh, my business, it doesn't affect anybody. So what is the role of, let's go to the next slide. What is the role of independent directors on the board? The Companies Act 2013 says that every listed company will have a CSR. Please go to the next slide. Every CSR company will constitute a CSR committee. And who will be the chairperson of this committee? Is independent directors, not the promoters. So that you, as a representative of shareholders, those who are not shareholders, of environment, can raise the issues of people who are not present in the board. How will your company affect the farmers? If the farmers are not there in the board, you are supposed to raise their issues. If women, how will it affect pregnant mothers? Pregnant mothers are not in the board. So you are there to raise their issues. Children, environment, water bodies, rivers, who will represent them in the board? It's you and me who have to do it. Therefore, you should have a CSR policy as per this law. You should have projects, programs, and not events. Not something that you just have a gala event and distribute prizes to your employees' children and call it CSR. You should have your CSR budget. So the CSR policy and programs, budget modalities, and monitoring mechanisms have to be there. And please check as independent directors on the board whether you have them. You can implement this through NGOs, companies, academic institutions, or government departments. So it's not a big question as to who you should work with. You should work with those who have interest in the issues that you want to address. And what issues do you want to address? Issues that will potentially affect both you and civil society. Because issues that affect you will be business issues. If issues that will affect society are societal issues, there will be some which affect both. And those are the ones which must be picked up by CSR. Not something because it's a fancy fair that, sponsor the girls, or, you may do that. But I have often seen companies who do this kind of random CSR. Well, they get some smiling children's photo on director's report for disclosure. But do they really? Of course, if you do this kind of CSR, you rarely get invited on these CSR conclaves like today. So I don't know how accidentally I have come. Usually people who speak on these boards will be the people who do these large CSR, and not someone like me who's raising raising an issue about the way CSR should be handled, because everybody loves PPP, public-private people partnership, but not whose issues. Why should we do it? How, if we do that, everybody will be benefited? Please go to the next slide. I think I'm towards the end of it. Everybody knows Companies Act, so I have given you a few things that, as independent directors on the board may be of use to you, or directors on the board of even PSUs, that you can in fact collaborate. Consider your CSR only within India, not profits that you make outside pulled in, or profits made in India used for extending it to Africa or Asia or whatever. Use it within India. Only those activities which are not exclusively for the benefit of employees and companies or their family members shall be considered as CSR. A small percentage can be spent on that because they are also stakeholders, but not solely. Up to 25% is allowed, but not more than that. Ensure that surplus arising of CSR is pulled back into CSR. A lot of time, CSR is the hospital, but MRI scan and ambulances is a private company that is doling out. So a lot of money put into that pocket doesn't come back. Or an educational institute, the fees are waived off because it's CSR, but the hostel is very much a related trust. And then hostel fees are more than actually fees of the college. So do remember that anything that you do must be pulled back into CSR. Go to the next one, please. So there are companies who can now claim tax benefits also, but there are some gray areas still. Some other time in the masterclass, I usually speak about this at length, but do consult your CS and CA both on this kind of expenditure, because IT rules and the SEBI rules, they have to be seen together. But one great thing in the recent, can we go to the next one? One great thing that has happened is a few CSR amendments that have come very recently, just 6 months ago, not even 6 months. Yeah, just about 6 months. That post-COVID, many people think, can we spend more? Of course, yeah, Neki or Pooch Pooch, you can always spend more, but now it is even written there. Strict monitoring penalty is going to be there for flouting CSR regulation. Now, if you go, like I just now explained a few regulations, that you may put up a hospital, but anything else that you charge cannot go to some other trust. It will have to come back. Or you not being able, because this whole act is of comply or explain. But if you fail to explain why you spent only 1.95%, what are you going to do with remaining 5%? Then you may be flouting. And there was an imprisonment, and that was a bit too harsh on independent directors. But now there are penalties. These penalties are already being laid recently. There have been some cases. So independent directors on the board or the CSR committee persons are the one who are going to be penalized. So role of director is going to be very important on the board, because everybody loves to talk about CSR, but very few like to take it up as a responsibility. Allocate so far you could not spend more than 5% on CSR related overheads. Now on that there is some relaxation, that for monitoring and evaluation, and a third party monitoring and evaluation is mandatory now above a certain level. So these few recent amendments are going to make a big difference in the practice, provided, of course, like any other law, they're taken up seriously by those who are supposed to regulate those. Can we go to the next, and I believe almost the last slide now, that the purpose of CSR should be, our business must not leave any negative impacts on community or environment. At least do that first. If we're very sure about that, then start doing other things. And our businesses will sustain and grow only if our surrounding and stakeholders sustain and grow. If we keep that in mind, I think everything that we do will be for sustaining both us and our ecosystem. Can one do without the other? So thank you very much for giving me this time and voicing out my thoughts about how CSR and business sustainability can coexist. So thank you very much, Mr. Kapoor, for letting me speak my mind on this.
Thank you, Ms. Court, for a very comprehensive address and listing out all the ramifications of the recent amendments to the Act and all the implications of a sound CSR policy. Friends, I'm sorry we are running short of time. So the question answer session, we will have to skip. What we are going to request the various participants from India and abroad to please type their questions, send it to us by email and all, and mark the specialist or the speaker to whom it is addressed. We will forward it to them, and then after obtaining their replies, we will send it to the thing. So my request once again to all the various applicants, people who have registered, to please email the questions to us. Thank you once again, Ms. Court, and I take this opportunity to thank all the learned speakers for the opening session. Now, friends, we come to the close of the opening session, and I have an announcement that we will break for lunch for about 1 hour, and we will reassemble after lunch at 14:45 hours. So please take a break, and I would request all the people who have logged in, especially from abroad, outside India, to please log in exactly at 14:45 hours, for the reason that the next session, post lunch, will be the Golden Peacock Award ceremony. And as you know, you may have seen from the program, we will be we'll have the address. It's a very rich session. Post lunch, we will be having the Honorable Shri Anurag Singh Thakur, the Union Minister, Honorable Union Minister for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India. We will have Ms. Orla Collins, Deputy President, ACCA. We'll have Mr. Tarun Kapoor, Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. We'll have Mr. A.K. Jana, Managing Director, Indraprastha again. And friends, I'm happy to announce that Mrs. Rajashri Birla, the chairperson of the Aditya Birla Center for Community Initiatives and Rural Development, she's on the board of directors of Aditya Birla Group of Companies, has also kindly conveyed her consent to be the guest of honor and deliver the special address during the award ceremony. And as I just announced, the award ceremony will be moderated and opened by Dr. Graham Wilson, UK's and European Union's leading expert on the subject. He is the Leadership and Organization Development University of Oxford, UK. So, friends, please log in at please do log in at 14:45 hours. Thank you so much, all of you.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I'm assuming that we're all back from lunch. And I just check if we're okay to move ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next part in your proceedings. Good morning, good afternoon, indeed good evening, depending on where you are in the world. On behalf of the Institute of Directors India, it's my honour to welcome you all to this virtual global session, Corporate Social Responsibility 2021, and the felicitation of the Golden Peacock Award winners for CSR, both global and national, and for Human Resources Excellence for the calendar year 2020. We offer an especially warm welcome to our distinguished guests who've joined us today. I'm delighted to be your host for this special occasion. It's a particular pleasure because I've been part of the IOD's journey now for nearly 30 years. In recent years, as part of their due diligence, almost all prospective investors in any company will evaluate its credentials in social and environmental impact in order to assess the likelihood of future performance and business sustainability. Certainly during the ongoing pandemic, CSR and redefining human resources have become a part of preparing for the new normal, as we're calling it. Today, we're here to celebrate the performance and achievements of some quite exceptional organisations assessed globally through the Golden Peacock Awards. During these challenging times, thriving businesses are those that have got strong CSR commitment, effective CSR strategies, and have been efficient in their implementation of CSR. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, healthcare professionals and as we would call them, Corona warriors, have been giving selfless service for which we're all eternally grateful. Less obvious, perhaps, and often behind the scenes, have been government, corporate, and community-based. In particular, we'd like to acknowledge the support of our sponsors. We're very grateful to the ACCA of the UK, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, a global body for professional accountants operating in 180 countries, as our principal strategic partner. We're also pleased to have HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, Oil India Limited, Bharat Electronics Limited, Petronet LNG Limited, and all of those as our gold partners in supporting this programme. We'd also like to thank our silver partners, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation, the Kerala State Electronics Development Corporation, the Madras Fertilisers, Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers, the Mangalore Refinery and Petrochemicals, Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilisers, the Indraprastha Gas Limited, and the Brahmaputra Cracker and Polymer Organisation, along with our associate partners, Bharat Petroleum, Chennai Petroleum, Balmalori and Company, Kerala Industrial Infrastructure Development Corporation, and the Goa Shipyard. Over the last 30 years, the Institute of Directors India has been debating on a number of boardroom issues, from their governance, development, sustainability, and inclusive growth. The IOD India is committed in its endeavour to build boards of the future. We're very grateful for the support of our partners, and we continue to pursue those purposes and missions. Today is a very special day for all of us, as we celebrate the achievements of some of the most outstanding leaders and felicitate the winners of the Golden Peacock Awards in corporate social responsibility and human resources excellence. Without any further ado, I'm going to now request Dr. Vivek Agnihotri, the Director General of the Golden Peacock Awards Secretariat and former Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha from the Parliament of India, to deliver the welcome address. Thank you, Dr. Agnihotri. Microphone is yours.
Thank you, Graham. On behalf of the Golden Peacock Award Secretariat, it is my pleasant duty and honor to welcome all the guests from India and various parts of the world to the virtual Golden Peacock Award presentation ceremony for corporate social responsibility and human resource excellence. Let me begin with congratulating all the winners of 2020 for corporate social responsibility in global as well as national categories and HR excellence. You are our inspiration as you have led your respective organizations admirably amid COVID-19 pandemic. A very special welcome and deep gratitude to our chief guest, Mr. Anurag Singh Thakur, Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India, who, in spite of his exceptionally busy time, is joining us today on this special occasion. A very warm welcome to him. A warm welcome to our guest of honor, Mr. Tarun Kapoor, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, and Mrs. Rajashri Birla, Chairperson, Aditya Birla Center for Community Initiatives and Rural Development, and Director on the boards of Aditya Birla Group of Companies. A hearty welcome goes out to our international guest, Ms. Orla Collins, Deputy President, ACCA, who has joined us from Ireland and will be delivering the keynote address today. We are also delighted to welcome Mr. A.K. Jana, Managing Director, Indraprasth Gas Limited, who will be delivering a special address. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are passing through once in a century testing times in human history, as COVID-19 pandemic has posed a very dramatic increase in uncertainty and profound challenges for all of us. CSR obligation is a game changer for the society, and linking the CSR activities to the SDGs both explicitly and implicitly ensures that CSR spending aligns with and augments national priorities. This year's winners are very special to us, as this year the Golden Peacock Awards instituted by the Institute of Directors, India, complete 30 glorious years. Currently, these are regarded as hallmark of corporate excellence, locally as well as globally. Today, therefore, it is indeed an auspicious day as we celebrate achievements of some of the well-performing organizations assessed through Golden Peacock Awards. These organizations have undertaken significant initiatives to enhance their reputation, governance, CSR, and human resource management practices, and created new benchmarks. Their efforts, initiatives, and innovations have gone much beyond the statutory and sustainable compliance requirements to attain high standards of corporate excellence. I am indeed extremely happy to mention that the corporates have put in tireless efforts and strong work ethic to drive the economy, notwithstanding the pandemic, making the businesses sustainable. Your achievements are a source of inspiration to all of us. Earlier today, we felicitated the state government of Kerala for their CSR efforts with a special session. Kerala has retained the top position in the third edition of the Sustainable Development Goals Index released by the Niti Aayog in 2020-21. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, in spite of the adverse circumstances, the Golden Peacock Award Secretariat received altogether 309 responses for 2 disciplines of this annual award cycle. Out of those, 119 applications were shortlisted, and a total of 38 applicants have been declared the winners for the year 2020, and they are being felicitated today virtually. I am aware that there are a large number of organizations which could not be among the winners. However, they are equally among the champions, as in my opinion, all the shortlisted applicants have shown extraordinary commitment to strive for excellence and exhibited a keen desire to maintain high level of enterprise to achieve world-class status. I'm sure they will be among the winners in the times to come. In a keen competition, the grand jury could select only the best in the sector. My congratulations once again to all the winners of the Golden Peacock Awards of 2020 in the disciplines of corporate social responsibility, global and local, and HR excellence. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Agnihotri, for your very warm welcome to all of us, especially the recipients. I believe that the Minister is in the process of logging in, but at the moment I'm going to hand over to General Agnihotri, who, if he would like to take the microphone, has been responsible for spearheading the vision and mission of the IOD. We'd invite him to offer his remarks. General Ahluwalia.
Hello. Thanks, Raham. I was just waiting for the chief guest to come so that I can then start with him, really. So I was just waiting. So meanwhile, I would just like to say a few words to others. And let me welcome Mr. Tarun Kapoor, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. Mrs. Rajshri Birla, Chairperson, Aditya Birla Center for Community Initiatives and Rural Development, Director on the boards of Aditya Birla Group of Companies. Ms. Orla Collins, Deputy President, ACCA, UK. Of course, yourself, Dr. Graham Wilson, Professor Leadership and Organizational Development, University of Oxford, UK. Mr. Paresh Rughani, International Motivational Speaker, UK. And corporate heads of Golden Peacock Global and National Award winners of 2020, both in CSR and HR excellence fields. Members of IOD, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome you all, and especially welcome and thank Honorable Shri Anurag Thakurji, who
joined. Namaskar.
Welcome to the Honorable Minister Shri Anurag Thakurji. It's a great honor and pleasure to welcome him, and especially welcome Shri Anurag Thakurji, who has spared his valuable time to be with us today as the chief guest to inaugurate this global webinar on CSR and the Golden Peacock Awards presentation ceremony. The Institute of Directors is really grateful to him for his august presence. IOD, as you all know, is a not-for-profit sole association of corporate directors in India. Its purpose is to continually raise the quality and stature of corporate directors as professionals through training, updating, and networking of directors, including global conventions, which include annual conventions organized by IOD in London, Dubai, and Singapore. The professional members include all directors, executive, nominee, independent, women directors, all types of directors, they are members. The training includes all areas concerning directors, including board processes, leadership, corporate governance, finance, risk management, CSR, corporate laws, and all those connected elements. IOD also produces a vast array of IOD publications, including ready reference guides for directors on all concerned subjects and a monthly journal called Director Today. Our chief guest, Shri Anurag Thakurji, needs no introduction for this corporate audience. To say a few words, he is one of the youngest and most well-known minister in the Prime Minister Modi's present team, son of illustrious Professor Prem Kumar Dhumalji, who raised the stature of beautiful Himachal Pradesh as its chief minister for 2 terms, 98 to 2003 and 2008 to 2013. He's also been a great well-wisher of IOD, talking of Shri Prem Kumar Dhumalji. During his period as chief minister, IOD organized 8 international conferences on environment management in Himachal Pradesh. Anurag ji, of course, represents the Hamirpur constituency of Himachal as member of the parliament since 2008. That is, in the 14th, 15th, 16th, and the current 17th Lok Sabha. He has served as chairman and member of a large number of parliamentary committees as an MP during the last 16th Lok Sabha. He was appointed as the youngest chief whip in Lok Sabha. He has been president of Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha of BJP from 2010 to 2016 and led various socio-economic and political initiatives. He is honored with regular commission as captain in India's Territorial Army in 2016. A cricketer and an avid sports lover and administrator, he has been president and general secretary of a number of sports associations, Olympics, hockey, cricket, rifles, at the both state and national levels. And the most beautiful and the highest cricket stadium at Dharamsala has come up because of his patronage. He was also president of the prestigious Cricket Board of India, BCCI, from May 15, 2015 to 2017, when he handed over to Mr. Manohar. He was awarded the prestigious Sansad Ratna Award in 2019. He has also been associated with a number of NGOs to help the needy through CSR projects. His recorded address at the IOD's earlier webinar this year was also very well received by the large global audience of IOD. I have great pleasure now to request our chief guest, Honorable Shri Anurag Thakurji, to kindly address us and inaugurate this global webinar on CSR. Shri Anurag Thakurji.
Thank you, General Saab. President, Institute of Directors, Lieutenant General J.S. Ahluwalia ji, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. It gives me pleasure to be delivering the Chief Guest address at the Institute of Directors virtual global session on corporate social responsibility 2021. At the outset, I would like to take a moment to offer my deepest and sincerest condolences to everyone who have lost a loved one in this pandemic. We are fighting a collective battle against an invisible enemy. As the recoveries continue to increase and the active cases keep going down, we can hope that the worst is beyond us. More than 230 million doses have been administered in our vaccination program till now in India. And I'm sure that we can and we will come out of this stronger, because by the year end, we will be able to provide close to 216 crore vaccines, which is 2.16 billion vaccines in India. So last year, we carried out reforms in multiple sectors under the Atmanirbhar package, which ranged from short-term measures to long-term steps. And we took these steps, brought these reforms during the pandemic time, when most of the country was under lockdown. Our Prime Minister was working day and night and his team to bring out these reforms, which will take India to the next level and make a self-reliant India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. We introduced schemes like Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme, under which credit was extended to existing borrowers without any fresh collateral or guarantee fees. Under this scheme, we have sanctioned close to 2.65 lakh crore rupees to over 92 lakh accounts, and this has helped lakhs of businesses stay afloat during this crisis. Apart from that, there are many other schemes from EPF4 to others, which has also helped the companies to pay salaries to their employees, wages to their workers, at the same time to stay afloat and to expand their businesses as well. So India is the only nation that is expected to grow at 9% in the coming fiscal year, in this fiscal year, and that is a sign of strong fundamentals of our economy. We have consistently worked to keep the inflation within the targeted limit and carried out reforms while keeping the fiscal deficit low. You could see the graph from 2014 to 2019, how we have brought it down. Our exports have hit a record high last month, and our forex reserves crossed $600 billion. India aims to be a global manufacturing powerhouse, and these reforms are the catalyst for that ambition. India has a rich tradition for everyday giving and citizen engagement. In 2017, everyday givers contributed 34,000 crores to community, religion, disaster relief, and charitable causes. In our scriptures and ancient texts, we will find multiple instances affirming and encouraging the practice of giving back. I still remember, my younger days, I was born in Himachal, was brought up in the state of Punjab. My father was a professor who also did his schooling in Himachal, but came to Jalandhar to study for his higher education and worked there as a professor also. So we have seen how Jalandhar in Punjab had become a hub by the social movement, by the DAV schools, colleges, and all that. So what I'm trying to say is, it's not today that we have started with the CSR thing. It is with the generations for years and years, centuries, that in India, people have been contributing. And even during the pandemic, I've seen poorest of the poor who may have only food grains for a month, but when they see anyone who is needy, hungry, and needs some help, they have come forward. That is the strength of our society. And way back in 2013, the concept of corporates giving back to the society predates the provision of CSR, which got enacted with the Companies Act in 2013. In fact, one of the America's biggest industrialists and philanthropist, John D. Rockefeller, made his first large donation for public welfare after meeting Swami Vivekananda. The first Indian endowment was set up in the year 1892 by Jamsetji Tata, who is considered to be the pioneer of philanthropy in India. The provision of corporate social responsibility is extremely important in the present era with the rising levels of income inequality. The contribution of the corporate sector to the basic social requirements such as health and education is very pertinent and must happen simultaneously with the government spending. During the last 2 decades, corporate social responsibility as a concept has evolved from a simple philanthropic activity to integrating business interests with the community in which it operates, exhibiting social, environmental, and ethically responsible behavior in governance of business, generating values and long-term sustainability. And sustainability, either for a country, for a state, for a company, it's very important. And I think that is why this concept of CSR works very well, to engage and help others to also grow with you. Our understanding of CSR has undergone a paradigm shift, moving it beyond its philanthropic and community roots. Being profit-oriented and being socially responsible are not in conflict. CSR today is a way of life, not a PR exercise for the corporates. But though I've seen many corporates who attend many meetings, do a lot of events, will receive awards, but I don't know how much they do on the ground. So I think that raises a question mark. So CSR is enlightened self-interest, a new game changer. We need to make CSR an actionable agenda. CSR is dynamic, scalable, and sustainable. And we should also look at the impact of our CSR in that region. And there should be a report on that, what impact we have actually created. So India issued CSR guidelines for PSUs in 2010, followed by nationally voluntary guide based on ISO 26,000 in 2011. India became the first country in the world to mandate the discharge of CSR by companies satisfying prescribed criteria. India has nearly 8 lakh registered companies, of which nearly 15,000 comes under CSR clause 135 of the Companies Act 2013. 2% of the profit is likely to be around 20,000 crore of the CSR spends. Much needed changes in laws governing CSR had to be made by us earlier this year. This will make CSR implementation process more elaborate. Social cohesion is not aimed at creating social uniformity, but homogeneity, harmony, and absence of conflicts. The need is to manage the socio-economic cleavages and resolve conflicts. Company boards are required to formulate their CSR policy, to guide its strategic planning, and provide a roadmap for its CSR initiatives. CSR projects must have measurable targets and impacts. The disclosures and sustainability are hallmakers for companies' compliance and resilience. CSR strategy must drive social purpose and transformation with imperial justification and a quantified social impact. Social media has enhanced its reach and social presence. Corporates today are engines of social transformation. They need to create an emotional connect with the impacted society to create a buy-in. During this pandemic, the corporates have amply contributed to the PM Cares Fund as part of their CSR obligations. I'm glad to see companies are also channelizing their CSR spendings better to achieve India's sustainability development goals. The potential is huge. I've noted with particular interest how CSR programs of companies have delivered good results for Divyang, especially able people in the relevant sports, creation of sports infrastructure, training of sports personnel in those sports which otherwise attracts lesser attention. I'm happy to note that the CSR has moved from a simple philanthropic activity to integrating business interest in the community in which it operates. I understand these competitive corporate awards instituted by the IOD 30 years back for 15 different corporate functional verticals have motivated and raised the corporate quality standards in these areas. I still remember the Golden Peacock Awards and the various programs done by the IOD in my state of Himachal Pradesh for a good number of years. As General Alwali rightly said, for 8 times they have hosted it, and he fondly remembered my father, the former Chief Minister Prem Kumar Dhumalji. His lucky number was 9. So General Sahab, you have already done 8 programs. I invite you to hold your next awards in the state of Himachal Pradesh. You earlier hosted it in Palampur, which is in the district Kangra. I request you to hold it this time in Dharamshala, which is also part of district Kangra. Beautiful setting of the Dhauladhar mountains, which will make it more attractive and will rejuvenate everyone post-pandemic when these awards are being held in my state of Himachal Pradesh. So I look forward for that event whenever you are ready to host that physically. So I appreciate once again the IOD's practices of asking the winning organizations to share their award-winning initiatives and processes with the entire industry to raise the standards nationwide. I've heard Mrs. Rashri Birla is also attending this program. I've attended many programs with her, whether it's Wiki or other platforms for the CSR. And I would like to see what they have done in the last so many years, because I have been attending so many programs with her. I would like to go through what she has been doing as far as the CSR is concerned, because in my state I haven't seen, because Aditya Birla Group is one of the topmost groups in India. So I would like to see what they have done in Himachal Pradesh. They have presence, their industries have their presence there. So I would also like to see what they have done as far as the Himachal Pradesh is concerned. So I won't take more time because we have a lot of speakers today. So the HR excellence and the CSR are major defining characteristics of an organization for its long-term sustainability. So let me congratulate to today's Golden Peak Awards winners, and I wish them good luck, and I wish good luck to Institute of Directors, their entire team, General Ahluwalia and rest of the team. Thank you once again for inviting me. Thank you. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for your particularly relevant address, and also sparing your valuable time to join us. I think you've helped us all see quite how the efforts of companies and communities fit into the enormous strategic picture, not only for dealing with the current challenges, but also into the future of India. And I think that's been a very insightful and very helpful presentation to give some focus to people. Thank you so much indeed for that. I'm going to move on. We have a lot of people to speak to and hear from, so I hope that you will be able to continue to join us for a little while and listen to some of the other presentations. I'm delighted to invite Orla Collins, who is the Deputy President of the ACCA, to deliver the keynote address on unleashing the power of CSR and inclusive growth. A fellow of the ACCA, the global body for professional accountants, she currently is also the Deputy Managing Director of Aberdeen Standard Investments from Ireland, having previously been their Head of Compliance. Prior to that, she's held a number of senior roles within the financial services sector, most recently as Chief Risk Officer with Standard Life International. Her expertise includes risk management, compliance, branch banking, financial control, internal audit, and asset management. Today, the ACCA doesn't need any kind of introduction. Currently, it operates in 180 countries. It serves a community of nearly 250,000 fully qualified members and over 500,000 future members and students worldwide. The ACCA is an integral part of the IOD's India global family, and we're delighted to have Orla Collins come and speak to us today from Ireland, sorry. So over to Orla for her keynote address.
Thank you, and thank you so much for the invitation, and hopefully you can all hear me okay. And yes, unfortunately, the pandemic has scuppered all international travel that anybody can have, so I'm just sorry I can't be there in person with you this afternoon. But I guess, first of all, can I say it's such an honor to speak at this wonderful event this afternoon, which I know is a really special occasion for the Institute of Directors in India. And it gives me a golden chance to pay tribute to the work that the IOD does, which I know makes an amazing contribution to businesses in India. And I also know the important role it plays in Indian society as a champion of sustainable, socially responsible business. And in so many ways, I think the values of ACCA and the values of IOD India coincide. And they are reflected in our themes tonight: corporate social responsibility and inclusion. And I guess at ACCA, we prize enormously our strategic partnership with IOD, and we remain committed to working closely with you, and will continue to share our insights and best practice on issues such as those that we're discussing tonight. And thank you so much to all of you, and especially to your distinguished President, Lieutenant Ahluwalia, for this invitation to speak. I believe that business leaders have actually come a long way in a short time on the question of corporate social responsibility means. And I believe that businesses will look at their role in society in a different way now than was ever the case in earlier times. Now, by that I mean, I don't really mean that to say that business leaders never cared about the place in society before, actually far from it. But it's true to say that more than ever before, that sense that they have a duty to care for the communities where they trade, they work and operate is now central to the strategic thinking of every successful business. Now, I mean that businesses are motivated by the desire that extends far beyond profit and loss and goes further than generating dividends for shareholders. Of course, creating returns on investment is an important function of a healthy business, But now the best business's strategy demands more. The best business strategy demands growth with a green element, because the long-term health and even survival of our planet is the greatest issue of our time, greater even than the threat of the pandemic. Now, I think the pandemic has made this issue even more pressing because it's raised questions about how we recover from the battering the world economy has suffered in the last year. And COVID-19 has reminded us that we're all in this together. Neither countries nor businesses across the world can inoculate themselves against the threats which are global in nature by acting in isolation. Now, the pandemic has challenged us to build a recovery which answers the long-term threats to our common survival. So our regard for corporate social responsibility also demands respect for social inclusion, because widening inequalities within communities poses a danger to society everywhere, and widening inequalities between nations poses a threat to the world. Now, corporate social responsibility is all about how we tackle those twin threats and achieve a sustainable recovery in the wake of the deadly pandemic. As business leaders, we must choose how we respond to these challenges of looming climate catastrophe and how we tackle the urgent need to ensure that all people are included in the long-term economic stability. Now, these are big themes, and it's not possible for everyone to do everything, but everyone can do something. And I would like to spend a little time talking about what it means for us at ACCA. Now, it begins with championing a new way of measuring what success means in a business. It's about a new way of keeping score in businesses. And after all, we're accountants, and keeping score is what we do. So how we do it, though, has changed and is changing. I guess when I first joined the profession, a big part of an accountant's job was to produce reports that provided an accurate view of businesses' financial performance at any one time. It reflected business's reality. Now, that is still part of it, but we do more. Accountants and finance teams increasingly are required to provide a broader perspective of a business's activities as strategic leaders who are perfectly placed to assess an organization's long-term health and sustainability. Our role is more strategic, shaped by a concern for the future rather than fixed on what's happened in the last quarter or year. So we're now more likely to play a role in shaping a business's future rather than recording what it has already done. I believe that more businesses are placing a commitment to corporate social responsibility at the heart of their purpose for two reasons. The first is moral. Business leaders, like everybody else, knows that the planet is in trouble, and they're wanting to be part of the solution, not the problem. And the second is financial, that they realize that people are increasingly reluctant to trade with, to work for, businesses which appear careless about their contribution to the community. I believe that any business which craves a long-term future must embrace their responsibility to society as its license to operate. And I guess, put simply, if they don't, people won't like them, and they won't spend their money with them or work for them. And this goes to the heart of why I say that we have to keep the score in a different way. So, at the risk of throwing some more jargon at you, this is about seizing on a dedication to non-financial disclosure in business reporting. Now, I can make that a lot simpler by saying it's about fairness, and fairness is a concept that everybody understands. It forms a big part of one of our latest reports, which was Mainstreaming Impact, Scaling a Sustainable Recovery. Now, non-financial disclosure is about fairness, because it's about making sure that everyone has equal access to the business information they need. This means that everyone with a stake in a corporate decision which affects their life or livelihood, investors, customers, workers, regulators, the general public, can see a full picture of a business's performance, including the whole array of non-financial data, such as its impact on the environment, its contribution to society, and its commitment to long-term sustainability. Now, the only true foundation for wise decisions on the ethical and sustainable allocation of capital is honest and total and transparent non-financial disclosure. And ACCA has always believed this. Initiatives like integrated reporting, which is designed to account for value creation across the company's business model, have been predominantly market-led rather than government-generated. And some of the well-known and most respected global companies have adopted integrated reporting, names like GE, Tata Steel, and Unilever. Although corporate take-up and support of the influential organizations like the IOD and the International Federation of Accountants, 1,600 organizations across 64 countries now use integrated reporting frameworks as their model for annual reports. Now, we have made a strong step forward to a world where companies routinely consider and report on value creation in its widest sense, including the value they create for society. As I said at the start, playing a part in reversing climate change must be the main element in any business's strategy on corporate social responsibility. Now, I don't have to tell this to the enlightened audience on how urgent this is. In many ways, India is acting as an early warning system for the rest of the world in revealing the real cost of rocketing temperatures, rising tides, and extreme weather events. Now, everyone in this audience knows that higher sea levels spell a disaster for a nation where so many people live in coastal regions and depend on the ocean for their livelihood. The United Nations has agreed a plan called Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which sets targets to tackle interconnected issues from environmental to economic and educational, which, when added together, pose a critical threat to human survival. Now, these goals are rightly seen as a last chance to act together on a blueprint for peace and prosperity for the world. Now, the aim is to end poverty, fight inequality and injustice, and tackle climate change by 2030. There has been some progress, but there is a wide recognition that global action is not speedy enough. And that's why the UN Secretary General has called on all sectors of society to mobilize for a decade of action to reach those goals by 2030. Now, you will know your businesses can make its best contribution, but I want to share what we at ACCA are doing in this common effort. Now, we have identified 9 of the Sustainable Development Goals, which are most relevant to our work, and against each of these, we've made commitments to reach them by 2030, and we've actually built them into our corporate strategy. They include specific pledges in areas including education for all, cutting consumption, reducing carbon emissions, advancing inclusion and equality, and promoting green finance, and insisting on the highest standards of ethics. Now, ACCA has played a leading role in our profession to advance the aims of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and I urge all of you here today to continue that work, which I know is already happening across Indian business to make the change which the world needs. So thank you all so much, and I actually wish you a wonderful night and a happy and prosperous future. I want to say congratulate all the nominees and the winners in the Golden Peacock Awards. And I'm only sorry that unfortunately business commitments mean I can't stay with you for the rest of the day. So very best wishes and good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Orla, for your keynote address. I think your vision for the engagement of leaders of organisations in the communities in which they operate is one that will very strongly resonate with so many Indian businesses. Just as the Honourable Minister earlier highlighted the significance of this in a bigger picture, I think what you've helped us see is not only how it ties in with day-to-day management, but also with emerging best practice for corporates. So thank you very much indeed for your address. While the Honourable Minister is still online, I believe that the President of the IOD, General Ahluwalia, would like to offer a few words of thanks himself and perhaps respond to...
Thank you, Graham. Thank you very much. I can see the Honourable Minister, and I would like to just thank him on behalf of the Institute of Directors for the excellent address, his presence, and his not only encouragement and appreciation, but blessings that he has given to IOD. We are extremely grateful to him. His desire and our really we will be very, very happy to organize the next International Environment Award Conference at the place that he wants. We'll be very, very happy to have it. It's a beautiful place. We have been so many times and really enjoyed that place. Tibetan center also, and everything. People would love to come, I'm sure, from all over, not only India, but from abroad also. And we promise him it will be done. We will also try to see if we can organize a masterclass for corporate directors, so that directors from Himachal and around, and even from outside the state, come there and do this program. We shall look forward to it, and it is within next 1 year, it will be organized properly the moment the pandemic is slightly better and we are in a position to do so. We shall be looking forward to do that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, General Ahluwalia. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And it was good listening to Ms. Collins as well. I won't be able to stay long for this. I have another VC to catch up.
Right,
but
sir.
Stay safe, stay healthy. See you soon in person. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both to the Honourable Minister and to Ola Collins. We're going to move on in our programme. Today, we're very pleased to have Tarun Kapoor, who is from the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas from the Government of India, the Secretary of the Department, speaking to us. Mr. Kapoor is one of the 1987 batch of IAS officers, interestingly from Himachal Pradesh. In his more than 3 decades of distinguished service, he's handled various important positions in central government as well as in state government. In India, the oil and gas sector is among the 8 core industries. It plays a major role in influencing decision-making for all of the other important sectors of the economy, and is vital in the fight for social responsibility. I have great pleasure in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Kapoor for his Guest of Honour address. We may have lost Mr. Kapoor. At the moment, he seems to be having a slight problem with his camera system. So what we're going to do is just change the order very slightly. I'm going to request Mr. A.K. Jana, who is the Managing Director of Indraprastha Gas Limited, to deliver his special address. Mr. Jana has over 3 decades of experience in the gas sector, vastly within the project execution of construction, commissioning, operation and maintenance of gas processing plants and LNG terminals. He's been involved in all kinds of aspects of the industry and the sector. So, Mr. Jana, if we could ask you to step forward and address us, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a matter of a great honor for me to address in this August gathering today afternoon. I hope all of you and your family members are in best of health. There is no doubt that most of us have been seeing the disruption in our life never we have seen before. The second wave of COVID in India hit us very badly. Many of us losing our loved ones, family members, friends. In fact, I have lost my mother also. My entire family got infected, and one of my brothers still admitted in the hospital. It's a big challenge for us, and it has changed the way we think, the way we work, even the way we communicate. The time have indeed been tough for last 2 months. These times we have also given us a lot of learning also. Whenever any such the disasters are coming, people are learning a lot from that also. this time we have seen, while addressing my employees, we try to see, we have divided entire things into three aspects. One, how do I take care of my employees? If they are safe, protected, probably they can service better to the business. And after that, the society. So that first we have taken care of, Kapur Sahab have already joined. Should I continue or? Mr. Gram?
Yes, please. If you'd like to just carry on, Mr. Chair, and we will catch up later. Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay. So first thing is that employees, if they are safe, they can continue your business. At the same time, they can do the so for the society also. So what we have done for this, our employees, we have ensured that not only the employees, the entire family, they have been vaccinated first. So we have achieved that target by 100%. All employees are vaccinated first. Then what we have seen that the entire, if you see that where we are doing this business, we are in the retail sector and the essential goods. And you know, my workplace is to keep safe as well as so that the customers can come to our CNG stations. At the same time, we are supplying gas to individual houses, around 16 lakhs houses, 1.6 million houses are getting gas from IGL. If everybody was asking Mr. Jana, what do you do? I normally say in Hindi that sabki ghar pe main khana banata hu. IGL is making food everybody's house basically in Delhi and NCR. Just think fraction of second in the pandemic situations, if the gas is not available, what will happen? Our major responsibility was that we should continue the continuous supply to be maintained to the individual houses. At the same time, any emergency vehicles are coming to our CNG station, we should be able to fill without much time. The business, the fact is that
Mr. Jana, I've got a feeling that we're just getting a bit of connection, IT help being given to.
Yeah, I'm okay. Okay.
Please carry on.
For the society, of course, if we have a certain great responsibility towards the society. As everybody talked about the CSR, what is CSR? I need not to tell anything about that. But the fact is that we had an internal meeting with my employees. How do we address? Because the total today, what we see, the growth of IGL, right from its formations from 1985, 1988 until today, whatever the entire balance, it is because of the residents of and the populations of Delhi and NCR. Their contributions we cannot forget. And today we are the #1 city gas distribution in India. It is just because of the contributions was what we have got from the delegates. So this was the time to give back them. What we can do, what we can think of, whatever we can do, we try to do in this pandemic situations. It as a part of our CSR. Before going to that, I must tell you two things. In the pandemic situations, what had happened, you know, we have experienced a lot. While meeting this business requirement as well as the customer requirement, we have segregated. We have gone for the 4 W's. The first one is the work. We have segregated the work which can be done from the home and for which we are required to go to the site. For laying the line, connecting the individual houses or the customers, we have to lay the line. Those work cannot be done from the home. So we have segregated what job can be done from work from home and what cannot be. So we have, for which we have to develop the workplace for which, and we have to create the work culture also. And 100% employees, they are not conversant with the today's IT system. They were required to be trained also, those who are basically you can say 50 plus, 55 plus, they are required to be trained also to use the IT sector so that you can work from home also. So we were required to create the workplace. And the third one is the work culture. And the fourth one is the workforce. Now, what we have seen, the migrant labor, during this pandemic situation, there was a great trouble for us to retain them and to protect them from the infection also. It was a big challenge for us. We worked with our contractor, consultant, and suppliers, how we can protect those migrant labor from the infection, as well as how the facilitation can be done so that they can be there in the site. When the situation improves, then we can start work once again. It was a great challenge for us, but the fact is that as a part of our CSR program, we have two types. This particular year, we have segregated one COVID-related CSR, another is the normal CSR. As a part of our normal CSR program, I must tell you that we have a good system. Last 3-4 years, we are building this, but building the bond through the gender sensitizations. Training, we are having a training program for all drivers, for the autos, buses, and the taxis, to teach them irrespective of gender equality and safety, making the public transport safe for women. There are certain instances, very hard-burning instances were there. Because of that, we have adopted this particular program. Every year, we are conducting around 6 lakhs drivers so far we have sensitized. We are organizing.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I'm finding what you're offering really interesting and very helpful, and I think it's got direct relevance to the audience. And I'm concerned that I don't want to compress your time, but to give you the scope to be able to actually give us more of the detail of what you've been doing. We've unfortunately got the special guest, Mr. Kapoor, is on the line with us, and unfortunately he's got another appointment. So do you mind if I just interrupt you and give him the platform for a few minutes, and then we'll come back to you for a few afterwards?
It's okay, it's pleasure. Okay.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're very pleased to have Mr. Tarun Kapoor, who is the Secretary of the Ministry of the Petroleum and Natural Gas for the Government of India, with us. As I said earlier on, he's a member of the 1987 batch of the Himachal Pradesh cadre. He's had more than 3 decades of distinguished service within governments, both state and at the central government level. The oil and gas sector is incredibly important, as we've been hearing from Mr. Jana, and it plays a significant role in influencing decision-making for all parts of the economy. So we're delighted to have Mr. Kapoor give us his guest of honour address, and then we will return to Mr. Jana afterwards. Mr. Kapoor, you have the platform.
Good afternoon to all the participants. And my congratulations and good wishes to IOD for organizing this award ceremony and this discussion on corporate social responsibility. Corporate social responsibility is a government mandate or a government requirement, and all companies are supposed to spend a particular percentage of their profits. But then I think all corporate organizations have to think beyond that and not take it just as an obligation which is flowing from the law, but take it as something which they would willingly do and something which they want to do for the society. In the case of public sector undertakings, generally one has seen that public sector undertakings do come forward to take up projects under CSR, and several times some of the companies even go beyond the mandatory 2% requirement. In some cases, for example, IOCL, we also have a separate foundation. In ONGC also has a separate NGO type setup where they try to go beyond the requirements of the normal CSR. So CSR is not just contributing money. CSR is also working for the society because most of the large corporate organizations have very good capabilities. They have people who are well trained, they have people who have very good exposure, they have people who understand what the society needs, and they know the absolutely important areas where some interventions are required and how this is to be done. It's also a question of management. It's also a question of sustainability. It's also a question of doing something in a manner which is better than what would normally be done by, say, some village level organization or some government or semi-government organization, because when a large corporate comes in, then we expect much more. So in the case of PSUs, what I've seen is that several times government has been asking PSUs to take on some very major responsibilities in times of crisis. And PSUs have been coming forward. Now, during these COVID times, some of our PSUs have spent CSR money to provide oxygen cylinders. Some cylinders are being imported also. PSUs are also spending money to provide oxygen concentrators. Some PSUs are setting up PSA plants in some hospitals. Total oil sector companies are setting up 109 PSA plants in various hospitals across the country. They are also contributing for transportation of oxygen. Several PSUs have also helped in setting up of some facilities called jumbo facilities with close to refineries where oxygen is produced and oxygen can be supplied by piped network. So wherever one could think of doing some good service, the organizations are trying, and that's very commendable. In certain cases, some funds have been contributed for infrastructure works. Over years, very good infrastructure has been created. At one point of time, government came up with this major initiative of constructing toilets all across the country, and PSUs played a very major role in that. Now, also, government is involving PSUs in various COVID-related activities, and we recently, some of our PSUs have done very good work in beautification and in maintenance of certain environment related. For example, some work has been done in Ganga riverfront in certain places, which is not only environment friendly but also for tourism. Similarly, some work has also been done in Badrinath, Kedarnath, and all related to environment, all related to conservation and getting a little better facilities for tourists. And then a lot of organizations work or they have their factories or establishments in slightly remote areas, and there are people around those areas who are poor and who lack certain facilities. It can also happen that a particular organization has a very good colony, they have a good hospital, they have good facilities, but around that area, the villagers don't have those kinds of facilities. So it makes a lot of sense to open up those facilities, spend some money out of CSR, and then provide those facilities for people who are living around that area. It also makes good sense, and sometimes it generates a lot of goodwill if the organizations which are located, say for example, some of our organizations are working in the Northeast. So do something for construction of basic infrastructure in villages like paths, some school rooms, maybe certain other common facilities, some workspaces, some common work areas, some facilities for self-employment, and at times it may also help if some organizations have good connect between the rural setting and urban areas, and these organizations can help in marketing So which would mean that a little money coming from CSR, some maybe technical help or advisory, so that people who produce certain goods in rural areas are not able to market, they don't even know how to approach the market, and a little bit of help makes so much of a difference that suddenly a person who was probably selling something which is worth say 10 rupees is selling at 2 rupees in the village, and suddenly he starts getting a much higher value for whatever he's producing. So it makes a lot of difference to that person. So I would say that corporates have to realize that they are a part of this society, part of the environment, part of the country. And while they have their main motive of increasing their profits or their turnover, they also have some responsibility towards the society, towards the country, and towards people who they live with and work with. And if they contribute something to that, not only in terms of money, but also in terms of some time from their well-trained executives, some expertise, some technical help, and some knowledge, it would make a lot of difference. So thank you very much, and I wish good deliberations in this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kapoor, for your address and also for sparing your valuable time to join us. I think what you've certainly for me helped to do is to extend our perception of CSR from simply larger corporates right the way through to the very smallest village business. Anybody who's involved in delivering some kind of service or product has something that they can bring back to their community. And I think you've really illustrated that beautifully with some very graphic examples. So thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kapoor, and thank you for sparing your time. I'm going to hand back now to Mr. Jana, who unfortunately got interrupted in the course of the proceedings just now. I apologise for the abrupt introduction and then interruption. You were illustrating quite how seriously a corporate can take responsibility for embracing its employees at the same time as doing business. So please, would you like to have a few more minutes to expand on this?
Thank you, Mr. Gram. As our secretary, Mr. Kapoor, was saying, and he was reviewing also, he has given us the task to set up the oxygen plants. And we are basically providing 7 oxygen plants, 7 hospitals. While setting up that, few hospitals, they are not having internal piping. One of the hospitals, they have requested, sir, we are supplying the oxygen to the patients with the cylinder. The PSA plant should have both the things together, which can directly supply to the network, which has been there already in the hospital, or at the same time, it should have a high pressure compressor, which can compress and store in the small cylinder of 150 kg pressure. So we have set up one plant, which we are going to commission on next Sunday by our Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas and Steel. No, coming back, what I was saying that we are having various these projects. I can come back.
Mr. Jana, I think you've been you've muted somehow. There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Like to go for the moment. There you go.
And one thing I would like to share, my bad experience with this audience and August gathering. I have lost my mother. I stayed in a village, basically, village of West Bengal. You can't believe, as a major project in Delhi being MD IGL, I'm sanctioning in crores for setting up crematorium, be it a electric one, be it a CNG plant, CNG boiler. So we are setting up all these things. We're spending crores of rupees. What I have seen, I have basically cremated my mother. You can't believe, on a barren land, only nothing is available on those areas. And one of my brother is admitted in that village hospital, government driven. He was having oxygen level less than 90, so he was required to be admitted and oxygen has been given. Today the condition is better, and with oxygen cylinder, he is having 96% saturations. Now doctor advised him to go outside and get the CT scan done. From Delhi, I was talking to the doctor. I'm saying how I can take a patient who is COVID positive if I'm taking to outside any pathology. So I'll be basically coming contact with the many persons, they can get infected. So it is not desirable to take him to out. So the question here is that he is saying, I don't have any extra facilities for which this is essential. So the question here comes, I'm spending a lot of monies in the cities. As Mr. Kapoor was saying, what we are doing for the villagers basically. Today, in fact, today I had a board meeting and I had an opportunity to discuss our CSR chairman, also committee chairman. So I'm suggesting that I should earmark some fund for the village directly. Even if it is not in my work area, definitely we should do. So I would rather suggest whosoever is there, if they are having any plan, we should keep some provision for the village rather than city. City is getting sufficient infrastructure all the time. Villagers, probably we are not capturing, medias are not going there, we are not getting the true picture basically. So we must do something for the village, as our Honorable Secretary, Mr. Kapoor suggested, and also we are taking care of that. Anyway, coming back to this oxygen plant, as I have already explained, in 7 locations, we are setting up oxygen plant. In addition to that, we are setting up the cryogenic oxygen, medical oxygen storage facility, which will be stored. And Delhi, there is no cryogenic facility available. It is not being produced. It is being sourced from other states. So that's why we are creating 100 metric ton storage facility wherein the oxygen, the liquid oxygen can be stored and subsequently it can be transported to the different hospitals. So these are the areas basically we are taking care of it. And I wish, since times are very less and we are spending a huge amount only for this oxygen plants and ICU facility also we are creating. Wherever the ventilators are not available, we are directly purchasing and giving it to them. And at the same time, cylinders are being procured, as Mr. Kapoor was saying. We have also contributed 100 concentrator also. We are procuring oxygen concentrator and giving it to different hospitals also. So with this, I must thank, and at the same time, I must congratulate IoT and thanks giving me opportunity to share our experience also. But at the end, I must, and I'll give the emphasis on this particular aspect. We should take care of villagers also. Thank you very much. Nice talking to you.
Thank you again, Mr. Jana, for your address, and especially at such a personally distressing time. Let me offer our condolences for the loss of your mother, and I hope that your brother recovers very soon. Taking responsibility, full stop, is what corporates do, and I think what you've shown is how seriously you've taken this in your organisation and how much more scope there is for all of us to embrace our responsibilities. So thank you. It's role models like yours that are setting a new standard for this new normal that we're talking about emerging. Thank you again for accommodating the interruptions. We could only interrupt a family member. You and Indraprastha Gas are life members of the IOD and very much part of the IOD's extended family. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a guest of honour special address by a leader, a philanthropist, a guiding mentor, and a winner of our Golden Peacock Life Achievement Award for leadership in corporate social responsibility. She received this coveted award in Lisbon in Portugal from Dr. Ola Ulston, who was the former Prime Minister of Sweden back in the year 2010. Mrs. Rajashri Birla is chairperson of the Aditya Birla Centre for Community Initiatives and rural development, and she's a director on the boards of the Aditya Birla group of companies. Her association with the IOD goes back over a decade now, and she ensures that she attends all of our annual global CSR conferences in India and abroad, and we've been greatly honoured and privileged to have her with us. Mrs. Birla spearheads all of the community initiatives, CSR and development projects at the Aditya Birla Group, which is one of India's largest conglomerates. Today, she's been unable to join us live. However, she was very kind enough to share a recorded speech. So I'm going to hand over to the people behind the scenes in IT and ask them to play the recording for us.
General Ahluwalia, Dr. Graham Wilson, and this distinguished virtual audience. I am indeed delighted to be at the Golden Peacock Awards function fronted by the Institute of Directors, India. The awards, as you all know, applaud corporate excellence in CSR. This is a recognition which all companies value as star CSR performers. At a personal level, the Golden Peacock Awards always rekindle some memorable moments. For now, nearly a decade, I've had the honor of addressing my fellow protagonists, all of whom advocate the need to bridge the inequities that we see in our country. This has been a year of terrible truths as we grapple with the disruption caused by the COVID pandemic. It has undeniably induced a severe setback in the social sector. India's case load has been the highest. At the outset, let us acknowledge our nation's doctors, medical and paramedical workers. They have and continue to go beyond the line of duty to bring succor to the COVID afflicted. Our population and the size of our country is beyond comparison. This inexplicable pandemic has been the bane of our century. I'm sure you all visualize the hardships faced by the people, most by the underprivileged and the community of laborers, and among them the community of migrant laborers. Truly, the pandemic has altered the course of India's economic and social fabric in all respects. Corporates from all sectors have supplemented the efforts of the government and NGOs to mitigate the COVID disaster. Industry associations such as FICCI, CII, ASSOCHAM, and many others have risen to the occasion to help the nation. At the FICCI, Aditya Birla CSR Center for Excellence, which I have the privilege to chair, we took cognizance of the immediate needs that were COVID-driven. A holistic approach was taken. This included distribution of cooked meals for lunch and supper, ration kits, PPE kits, working with NGOs like ISKCON and Gunj. At FICCI, we addressed livelihood issues mainly faced by the informal sector workers, migrants, small landholding farmers, returning migrants, village youths, and tribal women. So, with the Nudge Foundation, a 3-year project themed on creating resilient communities in Odisha, West Bengal, Delhi, NCR, Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand, Karnataka, and Maharashtra has been launched. These initiatives will benefit 4 lakh families. General Ahluwalia requested that I focus on initiatives taken by our group. In a nutshell, let me just say that with my son Kumar Manglam, who is the chairman of the Aditya Birla Group, we are all deeply engaged in COVID relief measures, engaging with the underprivileged and making a game-changing difference continues to be the mainstay of our CSR work. In our journey, right from our family patriarch, the legendary Sri Ghanshyam Dasji Birla, my grandfather-in-law, Puja Vasant Kumarji Birla, my father-in-law, to my husband, Aditi ji, to my son, Kumar Maniam, service to society has been and continues to be a part of our legacy and the growing generational tradition. Moving on, let me place before you some broad thoughts to drive home the point that today a large segment of Indians here and the global diaspora are conscious of their duty to the underserved. In fiscal year 2020, private sector funding in CSR amounted to rupees 64,000 crore, up by 23% over 2019, at rupees 52,000 crores, mentions the Bain India Philanthropy Report 2021. It would interest you to know that the funds came from foreign contributions at 25%, CSR at 27%, retail investors 28%, and the balance 20% from family philanthropy at rupees 12,000 crore. The total public spending on the social sector was approximately rupees 15 lakh crore for 2020. Regrettably, we still rank 117th on the Sustainable Development Report. There's clearly a felt need to do much more. Doing good is good business. It implies doing the right things with integrity, guided by a moral compass. It augurs well that organizations realize that they are at a tipping point. There's enormous pressure on corporates and investors to move beyond the bottom line, to broaden their lens. Business must take on a more holistic view of their effect on society as a whole. Environmental practices, social consciousness, and governance processes are a must. These elevate an organization's stature, win the respect, and bond well with people beyond its boundaries. From merely shareholder value maximization to a much broader canvas, it spans stakeholder maximization, which beyond shareholders factors the society, community, and employees. Today, we find a growing demographic of socially conscious youngsters. They gravitate towards the companies that have a purpose. That definition of purpose is making the world a better place. This can only happen if everyone moves the needle. George Soros, the famous financier, sees philanthropy as a huge legacy, and in his words, I quote, "The money is a means to an end. The end is a philosophy translated into action," unquote. The 2030 UN Sustainable Development Goals have clearly spelled out the ethical and existential dangers that face the world. The goals stress the need for collective action across all sectors. These wide-ranging goals, beginning with the SDG 1, which is to rid poverty across all nations by 2030, aim at restoring the dignity and self-esteem of all of the sufferings mankind across the globe. Towards the fruition of these goals, public, private, and social sectors, including capital infusion, must pull in the same direction. This is a valid ask if we want our world to morph into a more just, inclusive, and environmentally sustainable one. I'm heartened to record that progressive corporates are increasingly factoring societal and environmental dimensions into their business strategy. At our group, Kumar Mangalam, it's very clear that we have to be driving a circular economy, pushing for sustainable processes in our businesses. He has laid out a strategic roadmap for achieving net carbon neutrality long term. Circular economy is a concept that goes beyond just recycling. It is a restorative and regenerative process that all of us must pursue. My sense is that more and more companies will frame a new business model hinged on innovation to enable circular economies, inclusion, and an affirmative impact. Change is underway. Look at the enormous global interest in rescuing us from our current COVID situation. Increasingly, companies will frame a new business model hooked on to innovations to enable the circular economy, inclusive growth, and creating an affirmative social impact. I very strongly feel that leaders at organizations will have to go beyond business leadership, develop a plan of action with the NGOs for inclusion, and commit time, energy, and the expertise to bring in a world that is just, inclusive, and environmentally sustainable. Today, more than ever before, the Vedic truism Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam rings through, and this feeling, this sentiment is being practiced. Besides the vaccine, hope and optimism will take us a long way. I would like to sum up in the spirit of optimism voiced by Kumar Mangalam at the 56th convocation of IIMA in the context of COVID. In his words, hidden behind the stories of loss and valor, agony and awe, ruin and revival is the power of the human spirit, a collective spirit that has enabled us to wrestle with this pandemic for over a year now, a spirit that has been tested again and again, but a spirit that will triumph no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Birla. I'm sorry it had to be sort of asynchronous, if you like, but I think your address has really highlighted the scale of contribution already being made to CSR, but also the enormous scope that exists if we all engage with it. The theme of engaging everyone in this process seems to be running through all of today's presentations. As Orla Collins highlighted, there's a huge threat to communities as a consequence of climate change, and adaptation to this and the solution to other UN social development goals has to come from our communities, albeit facilitated by corporate, civil and social leadership. So I think there is definitely a thread running through this conference, which I hope we will all hear more of in future presentations and later in this sequence. Before we come to the Golden Peacock Awards presentation ceremony, we would like to pause for a moment. We've lost many of our family members and fellow citizens due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Almost everybody in society has somehow been touched by this process. So what we're going to do is to observe 2 minutes silence for those who we have lost and departed. Let's have a 2-minute pause. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to celebrate the achievements of some of the very well performing assessed organisations for the Golden Peacocks. I would like to welcome you all again to the event. Competition brings out the best amongst both business and society, and we've seen some of the contributions that organisations are able to make to their communities in the current pandemic in particular. One of the prime initiatives of the IOD has been the institution of the Golden Peacock Awards for Corporate Leadership and Institutional Excellence, which over time have become a hallmark both locally and now increasingly globally. This year's winners are very special to us because the Golden Peacock Awards are completing 30 years of celebration. No award has achieved quite the same respectability as the Golden Peacock, which today receives, in a normal year, certainly 1,000 applications each year for its various categories. This is largely due to its very robust and transparent evaluation process and the very clear criteria on which the awards are determined. These were developed over time by looking at internationally recognized criteria from other awards and from other standards around the world. The very strong intention, the earnest desire of the IOD is to try and be able to recognize the achievements of the best of the best. There's no other business award today which receives the same kind of recognition and adulation that the Golden Peacock does. The jury itself is chaired by the Honourable Justice Venkatacharya, Chairman of the IOD's National Advisory Council and a former Chief Justice of India and Chairman of the National Human Rights Commission of India, as well as the National Commission for the Constitution of Indian Reforms. So this afternoon, this evening, wherever you are, we are going to be unrolling the red carpet for our winners. There will be 3 blocks of these awards. I will announce the name of the award, the sector in which it's being honoured, and the company name. We'll then show a brief video for a few seconds from the IT team before the citation will be read out. Once the citation is read out, then the name of the awardee will be announced and a brief acceptance speech. We don't have time for very lengthy ones, I'm afraid, so I do have my stopwatch with me, and if anybody goes over their limit of about 60-something seconds, they're likely to find themselves being not so gently nudged. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the first of the sessions today. This is the Golden Peacock's Global Award for Corporate Social Responsibility. The Golden Peacock Global Award for Corporate Social Responsibility in the BPO sector goes to WNS Holdings Limited from the United States. WNS Holdings Limited, collecting the award on their behalf, is Mr. Keshav Murugesh, who's their Group Chief Executive Officer. WNS is a leading global provider of BPM services. It offers comprehensive data, voice, analytics, and business transformation services. It has a social project, CyberSmart, plugging the cyber safety gap to build a safer, trusted online environment. And this has been in place to address the urgent need to nurture a robust cyber-safe environment. So far, more than 180,000 learners have been empowered to be cyber-safe through this project. Ladies and gentlemen, collecting their award, Mr. Keshav Murugesh, the Group Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you very much. And I accept this award very humbly on behalf of WNS Cares Foundation, all our passionate employees and volunteers, as well as our partners, and thank you for this global recognition. You know, Martin Luther King had once said, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? WNS Cares Foundation is doing many things, but we are particularly proud of CyberSmart and the impact we are now creating to the world. And at this point in time, 400,000 children across India alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Murugesh, and thank you for setting the timetabling pace. Very much appreciated. Thank you. The second winning sector for the Global Award for Corporate Social Responsibility is in the IT sector, and the winner of the award in that sector is IBM, the International Business Machines Corporation, also from the United States. Collecting the award on behalf of IBM is Justina Nixon-Saintil, who's the Vice President responsible for corporate social responsibility. IBM probably shouldn't have any introduction necessary. It provides data, IT solutions to create value by enabling new capabilities and IT implementation services of digital and cognitive enterprise systems. A social project, STEM for Girls Across India, was launched as a 3-year program to help high school girls throughout India by promoting digital literacy. It has been highly successful, and during the year, IBMers in 92 countries have provided 1.25 million hours of sophisticated voluntary assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, IBM collecting the award, Justina Nixon-Saintil.
Thank you so very much. And let me just say what a privilege it is to be here with all of you today. On behalf of all of my colleagues at IBM, I am so pleased to accept this prestigious award. Your recognition tells us that our CSR efforts in India and around the world are making a real difference. Knowing this is more than just gratifying. It encourages us to want to do even more to empower and advocate for our communities. India has always been a place of innovation for IBM, and our CSR programs are no exception. For example, the success of our efforts here to encourage women to explore STEM careers has encouraged us to replicate the program globally. Today's recognition reminds us that we are in good company, all doing our best to make our communities successful. We have learned a lot about ourselves as a society during the last year. Today's event reminds us, in the end, it is people that make the world a better place. On behalf of all of my colleagues, especially the many IBMers here in India, I thank you for this honor and know that our hearts are with everyone affected by COVID in India and globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Justina, as well. Moving on to the third winner in the Golden Peacock's Global Awards for CSR. In the logistics liquid sector, we have TriStar Group from the United Arab Emirates. TriStar is a fully integrated logistics business serving the downstream oil and gas sector. TriStar's board has established environmental, social and governance committees to oversee and lead projects, including the implementation of CSR projects, the establishment of a budget and annual plan. Their social project, extending support to communities during the pandemic, was put in place with the objective of ensuring timely support to communities. Ladies and gentlemen, collecting the award on behalf of TriStar Group is Mr. Eugene Main, the founder and Group Chief Executive Officer. I believe he's unable to join us live, but his video is going to be played here.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. At TriStar, being a business for purpose ranks at the same level as being a business for profit. And to this end, it gives me great pleasure to receive this Golden Peacock Corporate Social Responsibility Award on behalf of all the men and women who work for us. I would also like to convey my deep appreciation and gratitude to the Board of Directors of the IOD for organizing this annual event, which serves to draw attention for the private sector to issues of global inequality and to create a more inclusive and equitable world. Finally, a big thank you to the judges and the board of the IOD for this award, which happens to be our 5th consecutive Golden Peacock Award. Thank you very much and wish you a pleasant evening.
Thank you very much indeed too, sir. Moving on to the 4th winner of the Golden Peacock's Global Award for CSR in the oil production sector. The winner is Shell Philippines Exploration from the Philippines. Shell Philippines explores and supplies natural gas as a safe, reliable and efficiently provided, cleaner, sustainable and affordable form of energy. Its social project, Kilusan Ligtas Malaria, aka Movement Against Malaria, was initiated by the Filipinas Shell Foundation with the objective of protecting communities from threatening illness and other health-related concerns. Out of 81 provinces in the Philippines, 60 have been recognized as malaria-free and 18 have now reached zero, in other words, the elimination phase, and they are waiting simply to be declared malaria-free. Ladies and gentlemen, collecting the award on behalf of Shell Philippines Exploration is Tisha Sugi, who is their social performance advisor.
Good day, everyone. I'm Tisha Sugi. I'm the social performance advisor of Shell Philippines Exploration BV. It is an honor to receive this award on behalf of SPEX, the operator of the Malampaya project, together with our joint venture partners UDENA and PNOCEC. I share this recognition with our three social arms, namely Filipina Shell Foundation, Malampaya Foundation, and the Mindoro Biodiversity Conservation Foundation. This award is a testament to our commitment to power our country's progress together while transforming the lives of our countrymen. Rest assured that we will continue to contribute to our global sustainable development aspiration of meeting the world's growing energy needs responsibly with respect to people and the environment. Thank you very much at mabuhay ang Pilipinas.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for a very brief but very well delivered acceptance. Thank you so much indeed. We move on to the fifth winner in the Global Awards. This is in the oil production sector, and the winner in this area is PTT Exploration and Production Public Company Limited from Thailand. PTT Exploration and Production is a national petroleum exploration and production company. It's had a social project, the Forest Restoration for Eco-Learning, at the Srinakhon Kuayan Khan Park, which has been undertaken to preserve and develop existing green space in a metropolitan area which is in a deteriorated condition, to increase the number of visitors and the income of the local community. The company strongly encourages employees and their families to get engaged in and participate in social activities. Collecting the award on their behalf is Busaban Chincharoen, who is the Vice President responsible for social responsibility.
On behalf of PTT Exploration and Production Public Company Limited, or PTTEP, I'm honored to receive this prestigious award. Winning this award affirms our commitment to create long-term value to all stakeholders, which reflects our vision to be an energy partner of choice. I would also like to thank all our stakeholders and our team for their continuous support and vital collaborative efforts. It is such a great encouragement for PTTEP to continue creating value for society and deliver better outcomes in the future. Lastly, thank you for the award committee for organizing this event during this hard time. I hope everyone is staying healthy and safe during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And it's great to have people from right the way across the world. I think Philippines, you've extended the furthest into time. So I hope that we're not too much into your evening. But thank you so much for receiving the award. The last award, number 6, the sixth sector in the global Golden Peacock Awards, is in research and analytics. The winner of the award is eValueServe Holdings from Switzerland. eValueServe is a closely held organisation established with the objective of helping clients increase the effectiveness and efficiency of their core processes by applying a unique mind and machine methodology. Their social project, which is titled Sponsoring Education through eValueServe's Education Foundation, a Project Pechan and remedial education programme, has been in place with the objective of providing educational support to underprivileged children. The company involves its stakeholders at a very early stage to try and make them part of its decision-making and planning process. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mark Wollenweider, who is the Director and Co-founder and Chief Strategist for eValueServe. Mark, the platform to you.
Thank you very much for the recognition of our team's effort. We are very convinced that we have to give back to community, and this in combination with our ESG efforts, which are part of the CSR effort, but also of our global business. We have several hundred people working in ESG, and social is one part of it. So thank you very much for the recognition. I think it is critical that the long-term contributions are recognized, but we also believe in the short-term activities that we perform under COVID, especially in India. So, I would like to thank everyone for helping on that front. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark. That completes our Golden Peacock Global Awards for corporate social responsibility. We're now going to move into the second part or second tranche of awards this evening. These are the Golden Peacock Awards for Corporate Social Responsibility National category. The first winner of these awards, the first sector, is agri-chemicals, and the winner of the award in that sector is the Godrej Agrovet company from Mumbai. Godrej Agrovet manufactures and markets animal feed, dairy and dairy products, foods and agrochemicals. Its CSR project was on the Integrated Rural Livelihoods Programme, which has improved livelihoods through farm and off-farm interventions, and average household income improved by 38%. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Salil Chinchor, who is the Head of Human Resources and CSR at Godrej Agrovet. Mr. Chinchor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of all Godrejites and Godrej Agrovet, we humbly receive this recognition. At Godrej Agrovet, our mission is to help feed the nation and really help the farmers double their income. So our corporate social responsibility agenda, it really intricately intertwines with the business purpose for which we exist. I think this recognition goes a long way in motivating our teams, connecting with farmers, and helping them withstand the stress that COVID has created. So thank you very much once again. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chinchor. Within the national category of the Golden Peacock Award for CSR is the cement sector, and winning the award in that area is the Heidelberg Cement from Gurugram. Heidelberg Cement from India manufactures and markets, not surprisingly, cement. Its CSR project has been titled Transformation and Facility Enhancement in Rural Education Institutions for Creating a Better Educational Environment. It's benefited 50,000 students of government schools and 20,000 children from the Anganwadi centres. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Jamshed Cooper, who is their Managing Director. Mr. Cooper.
I first wish to thank the Board of Directors IOD
for conferring this recognition on Heidelberg, India. And we are really humbled receiving this. As it is said that business cannot succeed in societies that fail. In our country, more than 50%, or I would say even 70% of our population resides in hinterland. And we all know what type of facilities are there in our hinterland, where water, food, housing, infrastructure itself is a big challenge. Education, I don't think stands a chance to be even considered as a priority. And it is this place that we come into picture, and we think by contributing this, here we will be contributing to building a stronger nation. What we witnessed was school attendance was getting low. Children were not coming because the infrastructure was poor. Finally, we decided to revamp the infrastructure at schools, and the attendance went up. So this is the way we thought that we can continue contributing to the rural hinterland of India across markets where our plants are there at least. So this is from our side, whatever we do. First or last, but not the least, I wish all the participants and every citizen of the world a safe and healthy life for the future. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Cooper, and congratulations. Moving on to the third sector, we have the chemical sector, and the winner in this award of the award in this area is Peacock Limited from Navi, Mumbai. Peacock offers solutions across the life sciences value chain by providing world-class pharmaceuticals. Its APIs, generics, intermediates, crop protection and specialty chemicals as well. Its CSR project was titled Rural Primary School Development Programme, and it was operating in Mahad in Maharashtra with the objective of providing holistic education to underprivileged children. Collecting the award on their behalf is Kumar Priyaranyan, I do apologise, Kumar Priyanaran, who is the President of Human Capital and CSR for the organisation. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. It's really my pleasure to receive the Golden Peacock Award for CSR on behalf of Heikel. I would like to thank IOD and the jury for recognizing the contributions made by our company. Our CSR program, Srijan, is an integral part of the company's sustainable growth and development. Being a responsible member, our CSR initiatives are implemented keeping in mind human rights, community, environment, and the society. We have very focused initiatives also to protect and build awareness of our rich ancient heritage and culture of the country. We are delighted that our efforts have been recognized at this prestigious forum. Heikel will continue to strengthen its CSR program year after year and do meaningful work benefiting the society. Thank you once again. Please stay safe and take care of yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Priyaranjan, and congratulations again to Heikel organisation. The fourth sector in the for the National Golden Peacock Awards is the consultancy sector, and the winner in that area is Capgemini's Technology Services from Pune. Capgemini Technology Services probably needs a little introduction. It offers a service portfolio of integrated technology and operation-based solutions. Its CSR project was titled Supporting NSR-CEL Incubated Social Ventures in partnership with NSR-CEL, which is a startup hub of IIM Bangalore. It was formed with the objective of developing a business-orientated mindset, the skills and the competencies necessary for participants to run their ventures. So far, it's reached out to 120,000, I think that may actually be 1.2 million beneficiaries. Hopefully, the recipient of the award, who I think is Kumar Anurag Pratap, will be able to correct the number for me on that one. He is Vice President of Digital Inclusion, Sustainability and CSR, collecting the award on their behalf. Mr. Pratap.
Thank you. It's my honor and privilege to receive the award on behalf of Capgemini. Thank you, IOD and jury, for recognizing the project, which aims at acknowledging the potential that the startup community has in changing and transforming the lives of people. For us, it has been a very, very interesting experience to work in the area of digital inclusion, because we firmly believe that the tech has the potential, tech has the strength, and tech has the skills to change the issues or change the challenges that people are facing, communities are facing. For us, through various projects that we are doing, we aim to harness the power of people and use technology to drive the transformation that we are seeking. Create opportunities, address social challenges to build a sustainable and inclusive society. Thank you once again, IOD. Thank you for recognizing us and appreciating the project that we are doing.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Pratap, and also to Capgemini. Congratulations. The fifth sector for the National Golden Peacock Awards is the electrical equipment sector, and the winner in this area is Signify Innovations Limited from Gurugram. Signify Innovations manufactures and markets lighting and electrical equipment and related services. Its CSR project was titled Sports for Development, and it's being set up in partnership with the District Education Department of Haryana with the objective of strengthening local sports culture and creating opportunities for the students of government schools in villages. Collecting the award on their behalf is the Head of CSR and Corporate Communication, Natasha Tandon. Over to you, Natasha.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute honor to accept this Golden Peacock Award for CSR on behalf of Signify, and big thank you to the judges and IoT for recognizing our CSR efforts and conferring this award to us. At Signify, our purpose is to use the extraordinary potential of light to create brighter lives in a better world. Sustainability is a big part of our company's focus, and I'm happy to share that we are a carbon neutral company globally and in India as well. And therefore, all our CSR activities are centered around sustainability, and hence we create projects that help underserved communities gain sustainable access to lighting, which in turn can help them enhance their education, enhance their livelihoods, and also increase safety for women and children. So that's the whole philosophy of where we center our CSR activities, and I'm very happy and proud to receive this award on behalf of our company. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much indeed, Natasha, and congratulations again to Signify. The sixth sector for the National Golden Peacock Awards in CSR is the engineering sector, and the winner of the award in this area is the Honeywell Automation Organisation from Peacock. Honeywell Automation provides integrated automation and software solutions. Its CSR project was titled the Honeywell Centre for Advancing Girls in Science. It was launched with the objective of providing deep, transformative science education to underprivileged girls of exceptional promise. The programme has so far benefited 12,000 students from low-income and government schools in Pune. Collecting the award on their behalf is Ashish Gaikwad, who is the Managing Director of the organisation. Mr. Gaikwad.
Thank you, Graham, and good evening to everybody. On behalf
behalf of my company, Honeywell Automation India Limited, I'm very pleased and honored to accept it, and thank you to the jury as well as IOD. This is our second time that we are winning this award, so it really gives us a lot of motivation to keep doing one and more. The areas that we work in, education, and especially we want to bring in more and more inclusiveness. COVID-19, we had to pivot ourselves in our activities for the more urgent needs, which required providing PPE kits and simple things like food and medicines, etc. So really encouraged to see that our efforts have been recognized by IOD, and my congratulations to every winner in this forum. And I wish everybody safe and healthy. So.
Thank you very much indeed, Ashish. I'm afraid we had a little bandwidth problem there and it got a bit interrupted, but thank you very much indeed and congratulations to Honeywell for its award. Moving into the seventh sector within the National Golden Peacock Awards for CSR, that's the financial services sector. The winner in this area is the SIDBI, the Small Industries Development Bank of India, based in Lucknow. The Small Industries Development Bank from India is the principal financial institution for promoting, financing and developing micro, small and medium enterprise sectors, the MSME sector. Their CSR project was entitled Using Innovative Mobile Literacy Labs to Raise Awareness and Deliver Doorstep Digital Financial Literacy for Micro and Small Enterprises. It's a mass awareness campaign that's been organised and has impacted so far 60,000 women and men, sensitising them to digital financial literacy. So congratulations to SIDBI. Collecting the award on their behalf is the General Manager and Vertical Head for Promotion and Development, Dr. R.K. Singh. Dr. Singh.
Good evening, everybody. At SIDBI, we are extremely honored to accept this Golden Peacock CSR Award. It adds feathers to our socially responsive journey. I'm grateful to our management and team for adding value to this learning curve. This award is not only a testimonial for our commitment to I to the power 3, which is inclusive, innovative, and impact-oriented engagements, but is also an encouragement to keep treating the twinning path of social equity and Mission Swavalamban, which is it's our umbrella program of inducing entrepreneurship culture pan-India with the theme of each house, one entrepreneur. Last year, we could connect with aspirations of unserved, underserved segments and try to respond to COVID challenges by transiting support from mere sustenance to more sustainability. And I would like to thank the organizers for conferring this award and promise to take forward this baton on Development Plus format, which we always are passionate about. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Singh, and congratulations again to SIDBI for its project. Sector 8 in the National Golden Peacock Awards is the IT sector. The winner in that area is Mindtree Foundation from Bengaluru. Mindtree Foundation. Mindtree is an NGO. It works for the benefit of people with disabilities to promote education and to create sustainable livelihood opportunities. Its project, titled Preventing and Protecting Citizens from COVID-19, was in place in partnership with the government with the objective of ensuring that the most immediate and essential needs of citizens were being met. Collecting the award on behalf of Mindtree is Mr. Panish Rao, who is the Chief People Officer. Mr. Rao.
Thank you, Graham. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, IOD and its board of directors and the jury members for this honor. All that we did was gently throw one more starfish into the sea and the next and the next. We know there is a long way to go and we are good for more. We did like to dedicate this award to thousands of COVID-19 warriors, doctors, and many others who, with their selfless work, gave lifetime inspiration to pick the next starfish and make a difference. This award is very emotional and close to our hearts. I thank all the Mindtree Minds and partners who have supported us to give more and be more. As we say in Mindtree, there can never be a lockdown to be the giver. Let's take care of all and the nation. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Panish, and congratulations to Mindtree. The 9th sector for the National Golden Peacock Award for CSR is the mining and metallurgy sector, and the winner in that area is Utkal Alumina International Limited from Rayagada. The Utkal Alumina International manufactures metallurgical grade alumina. Its project, entitled Wadi, was implemented by Utkal Alumina Jana Siwa Trust and is in place with the objective of enhancing the income of tribal families. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Mazar Beg, who's the unit head for Utkal. Mr. Beg, to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, all. I, at Utkal Alumina Limited, part of Hindalco and part of Aditya Birla Group, are extremely delighted and feel honored to receive the prestigious Golden Peacock Award for our corporate social responsibility. I extend my heartiest gratitude to the jury, chairmanship of Honorable Justice Venkata. As a responsible corporate, UIL is committed towards transforming the lives of community and executing initiatives in areas of education, healthcare, sustainable livelihood, and rural infrastructure. Overall, we are engaged in 57 villages and serving more than 30,000 population in this region. In this difficult time of COVID-19, UIL had been at forefront of helping and taking care of community around us, working hand in hand with district administration. Recently, we commissioned 150-bedded COVID ward attached to our CSR hospital. This ward bed could be piped oxygen, BiPAP machines, ventilators, ECG monitors, and lab support. We have treated hundreds of COVID patients and continuing to do so. Impacting the life of community through improving SDG indicators is our prime motto. Bringing sustainable development in society, convergence and partnership with government, private partners, civil society organizations, community institutions is one of our prime agenda of social development. So far, our team is successful in making many CSR footprints in this region. Project Saksham, Sugandha, Swamlambi, Sambhav, these are some of our CSR footprints. Our initiative Wadi is one of the successful initiatives in tribal hinterland, which is focusing on impacting livelihood of our 500 tribal households through sustainable approach of orchid development and livestock development. In the partnership with NABARD, our team is putting their best effort and successful so far in ensuring Wadi plantation in 424 acres of land and also promoting livelihood with 76 landless families. In days to come, we will be focusing more and more on strengthening community institutions, convergence, partnership with government programs to bring sustainable change in the lives of society surrounding us. We have to go a long way and so new milestones in our path of community development. I must not forget our CSR team. Congratulations to them for putting their relentless efforts in bringing change in the society. I also extend my gratitude to the community, opinion leaders, thought makers who have guided us and cooperate with us in taking our development agenda. At last but not the least, I express my sincere thanks to the entire team of Golden Peacock Award. The recognition would certainly boost our energy and passion toward the holistic development of the society. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Beg, and congratulations to UAI for its award. Moving on to the 10th sector in the National Golden Peacock Awards for CSR, we have oil refining, and the winner in that award, of the award in that area, is the Nayara Energy Limited from Vadinar. Nayara Energy owns and operates India's second largest single-site refinery, having business across the hydrocarbon value chain from refining to retail. Its project, Gram Samruddhi Development Beyond Economics, is in place for the inclusive development of communities around its refinery and depots. The project has so far engaged with over 10,000 beneficiaries, and collecting the award on their behalf is Deepak Arora, who is the Vice President of Public Affairs. Over to you, Mr. Arora.
Thank you, Graham, and very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to receive the Golden Peacock Award. For us, it's a recognition of the efforts that we have been making with our stakeholders. So we are an energy company, and our motto under CSR is synergy through energy. And when I say synergy through energy, this synergy is reflected through contributions that come to us from our stakeholders, our partners, our team members, our board members, and also the immediate community. That is the most key element of our strategy. The cornerstone of what we do is centered around technology, innovation, and scale, because what we believe that if you really have to be successful and produce a deep impact in a country of the size of India, unless there is sufficient scale, the success will surely not be there. And the program which is closest to us and now as a company is Gram Samruddhi, where the single goal that we are trying to achieve is water sufficiency in an area which is water parched, suffers with rainfall shortage, crop shortage, and related economic hindrances. So that's what we've been trying to achieve. We hope with this encouragement, with every passing year, we will do better than what we've done in the past. Thank you once again, and my gratitude to the jury of IOD and the board members of IOD. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Arora, and congratulations again to Nayara Energy Limited. Moving on to the 11th sector in the National Golden Peacock Awards for CSR, we have the paper sector, and the winner in this area is Tamil Nadu Newsprint and Papers Limited from Karur. Tamil Nadu Newsprint and Papers is a public limited company. It manufactures writing and printing paper, paper boards and cement. The project which it submitted for was titled Promotion of Education and Educational Activities for the Surrounding Residents of the Company. It's been operated with the objective of improving literacy levels and the promotion of the academic growth of children, particularly those belonging to poor and underprivileged or deprived parts of society. Collecting the award on their behalf is Dr. Rajiv Ranjan, who is the Chairman and Managing Director. Dr. Ranjan.
Thank you, Graham. We are very pleased and honored on being conferred the Golden Peacock Award for Corporate Social Responsibility. TNPL has been implementing a very comprehensive CSR policy over many years, and it undertakes many CSR projects for the downtrodden public and the underprivileged students, and in and around the location where the plants are located in backward areas of the country. All the CSR activities are intended to empower the community to have a healthy and better livelihood. And we are setting up a new school for 1,000 students in our unit in Trichy district of Tamil Nadu. And we have also arrangements with over 40,000 farmers covering over 1,20,000 acres for development of plantations to help nurture this ecology and the environment. Recently, TNPL has established a COVID care center in its community hall, having 200 beds with oxygen facilities. And also, this was inaugurated by the Chief Minister last week. We are providing oxygen, electricity, and potable water. And we are also establishing an oxygen bottling facility for supply of oxygen in cylinders to the neighboring districts. The Golden Peacock Award will motivate us, all of us at TNPL, to further intensify our efforts to achieve our objectives and achieve greater heights. Thank you all.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Ranjan, and congratulations again to the Tamil Nadu Newsprint and Paper. The 12th sector that we have to honour today is the pharmaceutical sector, and the winner of the Golden Peacock Award national level for CSR is Sun Pharmaceutical Industries from Mumbai. Pharmaceutical industries is the fourth largest specialty or generic pharmaceutical company in the world. Its project on malaria elimination demonstration was operational with the objective of eliminating malaria from over 1,200 villages of the Mandla district in Madhya Pradesh, as well as sustaining those areas to remain malaria free. Collecting the award on their behalf is Dr. Azadar Khan, who is the Senior Vice President of Corporate Relations and CSR. Dr. Khan, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for IOD and its jury members for considering Sun Pharma's initiative worthy for the Golden Peacock Award. And thank you once again, IOD and jury members. In fact, the Sun Pharma's initiatives of CSR are focused on community development and on inclusive growth. We are of a very strong supporter of inclusive growth. Our initiatives are all in sustainable and impactful manner. Since we are a pharmaceutical company, we are in the area of healthcare. Our major focus is on healthcare initiatives. Our two very flagship programs, that is, one is malaria eradication program, a demonstrative malaria eradication program, which is being executed with the central government and state government collaboration. And this is one of its first kind PPP model program. The second initiative is our mobile Medicare van services. So far, we have touched about the life of 6.5 million people spread over across 4,000 villages and 19 states. We also have done curative treatment for about 500,000 people spread over 220 villages and 14 states. Because of after the advent of pandemic, we are giving lot of focus on containment of COVID, treatment of COVID, and setting up several oxygen plants in the government hospitals, distribution of the material, face masks, sanitizers, medicines, COVID kits, etc. So last 1 year, our major focus is helping the government and standing by the government for the containment of COVID. This particular award is actually, I am not receiving only on behalf of my CSR department, but I received this award on behalf of each and every employee of Sun Pharma. This is a great motivation for us, and this is such a prestigious award, gives us a lot of boost and actually motivates us to do better in the years to come. Thank you very much, Mr. Graham.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khan. Thank you. The winner of the award for the power distribution sector, that is the Golden Peacock Award for CSR at the national level, is BSES Yamuna Power Limited from Delhi. BSES Yamuna Power Limited from Delhi provide reliable power supplies in both east and central Delhi with a peak demand of 1,439 megawatts. Its project, a new breed of firefighters, is in place with the objective of installing fire extinguishers at prominent places so that the general public has access to them. The company has so far started 30 centres and has been responsible for teaching 20,000 women to read and write. Clearly another example of an organisation extending its reach to the communities around it. Collecting the award on their behalf is Rashmi Dewan, who is the Vice President of CSR for BSES Yamuna.
Good evening, and it's my proud privilege to accept this prestigious award, the Golden Peacock Award for CSR on behalf of my company, BSES Yamuna Power Limited. As you can see, I'm here with my two colleagues, my teammates, Ms. Kriti Khanna is on my right, and Mr. Vinod Kumar Yadav is on my left. As a power distribution company, we serve more than 17 lakh customers in a 200 square kilometer area, and our company is committed to serve the people of Delhi and provide them quality service. In this unprecedented COVID times, this Golden Peacock Award for CSR inspires all of us at BSES Yamuna Power Limited to continue to serve the people of Delhi, both individually as well as a team. With God's grace, we will continue to help our fellow citizens, especially women and children, with compassion and empathy and work towards a more equitable world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Rashmi Dewan, and congratulations again to BSES Yamuna. The winner of the Power Generation Award is Nabha Power Limited from Patiala. Drum roll, please. Nabha Power is a wholly owned subsidiary of Larsen & Toubro. It generates electrical power through thermal plants of two times 700 megawatts capacity. Its project, Women Empowerment, Skill Building and Livelihood Generation, is in place with the objective of building capacity of girls and women from underserved and economically weaker communities to augment their household livelihood portfolio. Their programme has provided employment opportunities to 4,000 women locally. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Athar Shahab, who is the Chief Executive of Nabha Power Limited. Mr. Shahab.
Members of the jury of the Golden Peacock Award, fellow award recipients, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the IOD for recognizing our efforts in the field of CSR. On behalf of Nabha Power, I humbly accept this coveted honor. We are delighted that Nabha Power Limited not only owns and operates arguably the most efficient thermal power plant in India, it has now been recognized as the recipient of the highest recognition in the field of CSR. We started our CSR journey 10 years ago to make some difference to the communities around us through socio-economic development initiatives in 49 villages in proximity of our plant in Punjab. And during this period, we have touched more than 45,000 lives, laying 26 kilometers of concrete roads, imparting skill development training to more than 7,000 women, establishing 24 self-help groups, adopting government schools for significant upgradation of infrastructure, leading to substantial increase in attendance and enrollment, rejuvenating water bodies in 5 villages, establishing 7 rural healthcare centers, and something that we're really proud of, improving learning outcomes in government schools by specialized teaching of English and mathematics, among many other things. Ladies and gentlemen, this recognition has not only strengthened our resolve to intensify our CSR initiatives, but also push ourselves to set higher benchmarks. I would like to thank the jury once again for recognizing Nabha Power's efforts to bring positive change to the local communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Shahab. I think your write-up that I had been provided seriously underestimated the impact that you've been having. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I look forward to learning more as well. The winner of the rubber sector for the National Golden Peacock Award for CSR is the Bridgestone India company from Pune. Bridgestone is another organisation that probably needs very little introduction. It manufactures and markets automotive tyres, tubes, and the flaps for passenger cars, commercial vehicles, and off-road vehicles. Their project, Last Mile Delivery, was set up to train and place rural women as delivery girls. Their project has benefited 200 rural women so far to get trained and placed. I suspect there's considerably more to this than meets the eye. Collecting the award on their behalf is Apurv Chubey, who is the Chief HR Officer. Over to you, Mr. Chubey.
Thank you, Graham. I hope you all can hear me. It's my pleasure to accept this prestigious award. I would like to thank IoT and the jury for this recognition. This is the third consecutive year that we have been recognized for our CSR efforts. Our CSR initiative, our way to serve, ensures we continue to support communities in the area of mobility to accelerate sustainable mobility innovations through advanced technologies and solutions. People employ our strength to support our communities and enhance the way people live on and work. And last but not the least, environment, to help ensure a healthy environment for our future generations. This being our focus in Bridgestone, we continue to serve the society in the area of health, education, skill development. We have been reaching out to trucker community under our mobility framework, and we have been helping them in terms of their health, education, safeguarding them, and educating them. I think we'll continue to do good work that our CSR team is doing. This kind of a recognition is a big boost to the entire team here. And we would like to once again thank everyone for this great recognition. It comes to us once again, and we'll continue to contribute to the development of our society. At the end, I would like to say, heal the world and make it a better place. That's what we are trying to do. And I would also like to congratulate all the other winners. Stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chubey, and congratulations again to Bridgestone. The next sector is the steel sector, and the winner of the award in this area is Tata Steel from New Delhi. Tata Steel BSL produces a variety of steel products such as hot-rolled coils, cold-rolled sheets, galvanized coil, color-coated coils, and so on. Its CSR projects have covered health and drinking water, education, livelihood, rural infrastructure, sports, and the environment. Their social project, where rural women creates socio-economic impact, is the Face Mask Warriors in combating COVID-19. Unfortunately, Mr. Rajiv Singhal, who's the managing director, hasn't been able to join us today, but he has recorded, she has recorded a video. So let's hear from Tata Steel.
Greetings from Tata Steel BSL Limited. I take this opportunity to thank the jury for giving us the Golden Peacock CSR Award. As you all know, Steel was taken over by Tata Steel in May 2018 and renamed as Tata Steel BSL Limited. Since then, we started the CSR activities in and around the areas we serve. The journey is nearly 3 years old. CSR is an integral part of business policies in Tata, and Tata Steel BSL is no different. Our focus areas for CSR are health, education, women empowerment, livelihood, and infrastructure. And we have launched many programs over the last 3 years. Our efforts continued even during the COVID pandemic and supported the community during these difficult times. Recently, We launched a 100-bed COVID care center in the district of Tenkanar with 10 ICU beds and modern equipment. Golden Peacock Award is a COVID trophy. Winning this award will provide great boost to our endeavors and will encourage our team to reach out to communities with impactful programs. Thank you once again for facilitating the CSR work at Tata Steel TSL. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Singhal, and congratulations to Tata Steel on the receipt of their award. The next sector in the Golden Peacock National Awards for CSR is the telecom equipment sector. And the winner in that area is Sterlite Technologies from Pune. Sterlite Technologies provides connectivity solutions, network services and network software for telecommunications sector generally. The project, entitled Equipping Women with the Power to Control Their Destiny, is in place for spreading awareness about the need to educate women. The programme was named as the Jivan Jyoti Women's Empowerment Programme, and it's so far, certainly according to my statistics, covered 2,265 women from 100 villages. Collecting the award on their behalf is Ekansha Sharma, who's the global head of ESG, responsible for social impact and sustainability. Ms. Sharma, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's truly an honor to receive this prestigious award. At STL, our efforts on CSR are deeply interwoven into our business operations. And connectivity, innovations, and sustainability, they are not just integral to our business, but also overarching themes for creating shared values and give us consistent direction. The global UN Sustainable Development Goals have a strong influence on our CSR and sustainability practices, and also re-emphasizes our commitment to focus on green, clean, and lean technologies. We are deeply focused on public healthcare, public education, gender equality, and environment, in addition to the COVID relief program that we did in recent times. We are extremely committed to continue our efforts for greater impact towards sustainable development, and winning this Green Golden Peacock Award re-emphasizes our commitment towards this. Thank you once again, jury members, and on behalf of Sterlite Technologies, we deeply appreciate this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Akansha, and congratulations again to Sterlite Technologies. Before we move into the awards, the National Awards for Human Resources, we're going to have a motivational talk, which is going to be delivered for us by Paresh Rugani, who's a very successful and sought-after international motivational speaker. Despite working against the odds, Paresh has been empowering, educating, and entertaining global individuals and corporate clients. He's very well known for his rather boundless enthusiasm and energy, delivered with exceptional passion, which is, as the organizer would put it, quite simply contagious. He's going to share his thoughts on post-pandemic recovery with top 3 tips, how to sail through uncertain times. Over to Paresh for his talk.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Paresh. You're there.
Oh, thank you so much to the IOD and all the leaders for inviting me here today. How to sail through uncertain times. I must say that I've been listening to you, Graham, and all the leaders speak, and all of you are speaking from the heart, which I can see that, because your heart is on the left, but is always right. So that's a very good thing. You're not speaking sort of artificially or whatever. That's really, and I really appreciate your presence, the IOD for inviting me, but your presence, all the listeners, I understand are very big leaders in their own rights. They're all CEOs. And yet you've invited me to speak, where I'm learning so much from you. But I've got 15 minutes. Normally these takes 15 hours. which is 2 days of my masterclass, The Magic of Motivation. But I'll give you a little flavor, a little trailer, because all of you have talked. I talk the talk, but all of you walk the talk. Because, you are all CEOs. And that, to me, is not just Chief Executive Officer. Like Manoj Raut might be the CEO of IOD. Mr. Aluwalia, yes, the leader, Singh is king. Mr. Chaturvedi, Mr. Kapoor, and all of you leaders are CEO, Chief Enthusiastic Officer, Chief Energetic Officer, or maybe Chief Everything Officer, because these are uncertain times. So thank you so much again. And to me, IOD always means I is for innovation. Innovation, impact, influence, inspiration, and that O is for optimism. We all need that optimism in these challenging times of COVID-19, where we have lost our loved, dear people. And the D is for destiny. IOD is looking for a destiny, a goal, a mission, or an objective. Devotion, dedication, determination, discipline, and that's destiny. I think that's enough for IOD. You get the point. You are in the right group, and you're doing a brilliant job. Like how to sail through uncertain times. 3 top tips. Okay, but Stephen Covey was one of my mentors. I'm sure you must have maybe read about the 7 habits of highly successful people. And Stephen Covey said it very nicely. If there's one thing that is certain in this life, if there's one thing that is certain in this business, is uncertainty. Because the only constant is change. There will always be rough times, easy times. Like a ship, we must learn how to sail both. Because as Robert Schuller said it so handsomely, that tough times never last, but tough people do. And Robert Frost said it so well in 3 words. He said, I can sum up everything I know about life in 3 words. I said, really? He goes, really? And that 3 words, it goes on. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. And as Nelson Mandela said, the greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, never failing, but in rising every time we fall. Because if you need to get to the top, you must get off your bottom, metaphorically speaking. And Mahatma Gandhi, who my family actually comes from Porbandar in Gujarat, he said it, be the change you want to see. So all of us are leaders. Like my mentor, Robin Sharma, the monk who sold his Ferrari, he says, leadership is not about a title. Leadership is not about a position. Leadership is not about applauses. Leadership is about causes. And leadership is the 3 I's: influence, inspiration, impact. Did you leave people better off than you found them? So let me just tell you about the 3 top tips. And they are simple. I have to keep it simple because all of you know this work. And like I said, all of your leaders, it's simple as A, B, and C. Now, A, in my opinion, is attitude, positive mental attitude. Now, before I say that, I just wanted to share one of my incidents, which I will never ever forget till the last breath of my life. Here in London, speaking very much near the River Thames, the beautiful day, 1 o'clock here. And I just want to be very positive. So just a couple of years before the COVID, I was invited by Mr. Gautam Adani Group, but that was in China. So they had a power group some years ago before. And the problem is all the audience was very much Chinese. Now, I don't know Chinese, and they didn't know brilliant English, of course. So I said, I need to break that ice, because whatever I was saying, it was not going handsomely. Yes, I was paid for 2 days, but it's not just about money. Money is not the root of motivation. It's all about sharing and caring. So I said, I need to break the ice. So I said, do you remember Yuvraj Singh? And, people were just staring at me. I said, remember 2007, England against India in South Africa, 2020. Do you remember Stuart Broad bowling and Yuvraj Singh hitting 6 sixes? I think it was all going blank to them. Then I said, oh, I come from London. What about Manchester United? Rooney, Beckham, Ronaldo, Messi again. And you know what? I have a mentor. Yes, that is Robin Sharma. But I have a mentor which I pay very handsomely. And he's called Mr. God. Guaranteed overnight delivery. He's always there for me. Come rain or shine. He doesn't charge me overtime. So I asked Mr. God. I said, what shall I talk about? Because this is not going to go nice. And I said, why don't I talk about education? Simply because, as you heard the Deputy President of ACCA, I am a visiting professor in London, where I've been here almost all my life for 45 years. And I used to teach accountancy because I am a chartered certified accountant by profession, but my passion is speaking. Now, I just asked them about education. I said, if this doesn't work, nothing will work. So I said, how many of you got an MBA? And guess what? Guess what? There was one lady right at the end of the lecture theater. She must have been about more than 70 plus. But you know what? She told me herself. She goes, sir, I've got an MBA. I said, where from? Cambridge, Oxford, IIM in Ahmedabad. She goes, no, I've got an MBA. Married, but available. I said, wow. And I didn't know what to do, whether to look at her, whether to smile. Then she goes, you know how old I am? I'm old enough to be your mother. And she had an MBA. And I said it in Gujarati, I've got an MBA. She goes, where from? Cambridge, Oxford. I said, no, MBA. Mane Badu Avde, which I actually told Mr. Modi in one of the conferences in Vibrant Gujarat, but that's a different story. So all I'm telling you is top tip one is your attitude. We're all going through difficult times. We have all lost our nearest and dearest ones. As you heard the Honorable Minister, Mr. Anurag Thakur, he talked about Indian vaccine. In London, we are doing pretty bad. But what I see is quite negative, quite horrible scenes in India. Obviously, I understand it's getting better. London is getting better. But we need to keep that positive mental attitude, because it is your attitude and not your aptitude which determines your altitude. You got to not just think of half full. You got to find someone who actually drinks, who is thirsty and needs water, and give it to them. So it's all about being positive. Stay away from negativity. Stay away from people who are just gossiping. Oh, this corona will never end. Oh my God, this is going to go for life. Oh my God, we will never be back to normal again. You know, Brian Tracy, one of the motivational speakers, said, you are the average of your 5 people you spend most of your time with. According to scientific research, according to neuroscience, it's very contagious staying around with negative people. So all I'm saying is you've got to be a positive mental attitude. And you know what? If I was doing, if A equals 1 in the alphabet, and if Z equals 26 in the alphabet, if you add attitude, put numbers to letters, attitude actually, believe me or not, becomes 100. Attitude is 100, but then when you put hard work, that becomes 98. And when you put knowledge, that becomes 96. Obviously, that's when I do on my 2-day masterclass. So attitude is very, very, very important. So come that positive mental attitude. You know, there was a man behind a prison. One man was looking at the dirt and the mud and the sand, where the other man was looking at the skies. You know, always look on the bright side of life. Oprah Winfrey, she says, the future is so bright. The future is so bright that my eyes literally burn. So you got to have your positive mental attitude. Top tip number 2. Tip number 2. Like I said, it's a flavor. I'm sorry if I'm going a bit fast, but I just want to give you the flavor in very short time. So I think that is belief. You need to believe in yourself that this COVID-19 will disappear. Like the English saying, this too will pass. It's not going to, there is light at the end of the tunnel. We are all in it together. Human beings need human beings. People are the most important ingredient, right? So all I'm saying is, if believe, self-belief, self-confidence. If you don't believe in yourself, believe in others who say things will be okay. Because you need to be optimistic. You need to have that belief. You need to have that confidence. Let me give you a real life example. Might be a bit humorous, but it's a very true example, which I just saw 2 days ago on our BBC. As you know, Manchester, which India cricket team are already in England, in Southampton. They will be playing in Manchester. And you got Lancashire there. So in Manchester, in the hospital, somebody was about to have a major surgery. Okay? And he heard the nurses praying for him outside the theater. They were just praying because, you know, prayers can move mountains. When fear knocked on the door and faith answered it, nothing was there. So they were just praying. And this guy heard them pray. And guess what? This is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The man who was lying on his bed, about to be operated, literally ran away to the bathroom. I am not joking. They literally ran away to the bathroom. And the nurses said, "Sir, why did you just run away? We were just praying for you, for your good recovery." He goes, "No, I didn't run away because of that. I ran away because you were praying for the surgeon, for the consultant who was going to operate on me. And you were saying that the surgeon is very stressed, very anxious, very depressed. I call it SAD, stress, anxiety, depression. That this was his first operation. And maybe he was, oh my God, what's going to happen? That's why I run away. Because if that guy doesn't have belief in himself, I don't want to be a guinea pig to be operated on." So, you know, we all need the belief. And the other thing I just wanted to say, it's simple as ABC. So top tip number 1 is attitude to sail through uncertain times. Top tip number B is self-belief, believe in yourself. And top third tip is caring. We all need to be caring. We need that caring, sharing attitude. So all I'm going to say is all of us need to play a part. Like Winston Churchill used to say that we make a life by what we earn or what we give. And then he asked that question at the Harrow private school where he studied. And he goes, we make a living by what we earn, but we make a life by what we give. Even Gandhiji used to say that if you need to find yourself, you must lose yourself in the service of others. Mother Teresa used to say, give money, give donations. But if you can't give money, if you can't give donations, give your ears, give your heart, give your time. Be a good listener, like Lord Ganesh. You know, you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use them proportionately. Unless you're a motivational speaker, of course, I'm allowed to do that. But not really. So all I'm saying is our Guru, Pramukh Swami Maharaj of the BAPS, the Akshardham Temple. So when we heard about the COVID, we started raising money. And I'm part and parcel of that team, which the IOD had a great attendance about 2 or 3 years ago with Manoj and Mr. Aluwalia. We had a good time at the Nisban Temple. So we collected more than 750,000 pounds, nearly 1 million pounds, sent it to COVID on British Airways, you know, cylinders, concentrators. So all of us, all of you IOD, all of us are doing something. So we need to be a caring, sharing together, because always look on the bright side of life. Because after the storm, the rainbow will come. And it's all about, we had someone called Captain Moore. Captain Moore collected 32 million pounds. He just was 100 years old and he was just walking in his garden. And he says that tomorrow will be a better day. Remember, I know it's easy to talk. I know we've lost our loved ones. I know we got COVID. It's not gone yet, but it's not impossible. Impossible is a word in the dictionary of fools. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is mystery. And today is a gift. And that's why it's a present. But ladies and gentlemen, all I wanted to say, it's all about people. We have to work as a team, like the IOD. We have to work as a team. TEAM. Together, everyone achieves more. Yes, you got Mr. Aluwalia. Yes, we got Mr. Manoj. Yes, we got Mr. Chaturvedi. Yes, we got Mr. Kapoor. And we got so many members of the IOD. All of you leaders. It's all about teamwork. Remember, the teamwork makes the dream work. And it's all about people. Look after the people and the profits will take care of itself. We need to help people in these times of need. We need to phone them more. We need to listen to their stories, right? And we need to look after ourselves. We need to go and exercise. We need to learn a new language, for example. Go out in the nature, for example. But don't keep on crying and crying and crying, because this too will pass. We are a strong team, and it's all about people. And all I wanted to finish was an example about how important the people are. During that example I told you, the Yuvraj Singh 2007, 2020, there was a boy, which was reported in the newspaper, who kept on disturbing his father and mother. He kept on disturbing while they were watching the 2020 India winning the World Cup, and Yuvraj Singh also hitting 666. So they say to him, what can we do? Let's keep the Papu. His name was Papu. I think that was his nickname. Let's keep Papu occupied. So they gave him a world map, but they tore apart the world map and told Papu, here is the world map. Try to sort out the world map and come back to me only when the world map is done. By that time, India would have won, and they would be free with Papu again. The Papu just came within not even 1 minute. He goes, how did you do that, Papu? How did you do that? Leave. Oh my God, can't you see we are watching the cricket? Papu says, Dad, Mom, it's so easy. I just looked at the back of the map and I found a husband and a wife and a child. I find some people. All I did was put people on the right position, and the world became such a lovely place. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all about people, people, people. People are not useless. People are used less. We need to unleash that passion, that enthusiasm, that energy, that can-do attitude, that impossible, that we can do it, we will do it. So all I wanted to say was, coming together is a beginning. Staying together is a progress, but working together, I repeat, working together is a success. And I thank IOD. I really thank all of you leaders you've been listening to. So thank you so much. God bless you, and stay safe, stay brave, stay positive, and we will pass through it. There is light at the end of the tunnel. And this too will pass, and tomorrow will be a better day. Believe me, or believe God, guaranteed overnight delivery. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much indeed, Paresh. And wow, your energy is just infectious. Keep keep breathing. Keep breathing. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. And so we are going to look at a number of sectors. The first one of those is the BPO sector, and the winner of the award in that area is Concentrix Dash Services from New Delhi. So let's have a drum roll for Concentrix. Concentrix Dash Services is engaged in providing business process outsourcing services. They've got innovations in delivering HR strategy and services, including digital recruitment, digital onboarding. Their Concentrix One, which is an employee communication engagement tool, and digital biometric, a secure form of working at home solutions. Collecting the award on their behalf is Anupama Singh, who's their Vice President of People Solutions. Anupama, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can. That's great.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd just like to start, good evening, everyone, by just thanking everyone on behalf of Concentrix. We are extremely honored and grateful to have received this prestigious Golden Peacock Award. Winning it for the third time in a row, it makes it all that more special for us. We are deeply honored and deeply grateful. As an organization, of course, we continue to try and invest through technology, through digitization in all of our people processes, our practices, and constantly try and deliver a consistent and seamless experience for our people, for our staff. The last 1.5 years in particular has been extremely challenging for all of us, like it was just, enumerated earlier right before this. It's meant that for our staff, for everyone, it's really changed the way that we work. And continuous focus on technology, on digitization has helped us move forward in that journey a little bit quicker, where we're able to constantly focus on finding solutions for our staff. At the heart of all of our practices, of course, are our culture statements, and one of them being fanatical about our people. That's something that's honestly allowed us to keep pushing our boundaries all the time so that we can try and keep getting better. I also feel that we're very fortunate to be part of an organization that is continuously being fanatical about our people. So as an HR function, it's an extremely good place to be in a business that's fanatical about people, because that gives us wings to fly in terms of what we can do. This achievement that we've got, the award that I'm accepting, is really on behalf of a really great team that is constantly contributing, and a very enthusiastic, a very creative team that's constantly looking to do what we can do better, how we can take practices to the next level, how can we raise the bar for ourselves all the time. So I think a very special thank you to that team who's delivering this, and the team that's made it possible for us to get the award today. Once again, I'd just like to thank the IOD for this honor, and best wishes to everyone.
Thank you indeed, Annapurna, and congratulations again to Concentrix. The HR Awards this evening is the Construction sector, and the winners of that are L&T Construction's Heavy Civil Infrastructure IC, based at Chennai. The Heavy Civil Infrastructure Group is engaged in, not surprisingly, infrastructure development. Some of the demonstrable outcomes from their HR initiatives have been on performance of business and employees, including productivity rate increases in the financial year 2020 to 21 on sales by 4.71%. Metrics being a very important aspect of most human resources areas these days. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Bhartanu Kumar Das, who is their head of HR. Over to you, Mr. Das.
Thank you, Mr. Graham, for your warm welcome and introduction to our company. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are really very proud and privileged to have got this recognition from IOD. So thank you, the jury, all the organizers and the IOD as an organizations who have evaluated some of our practices, management systems, people practices, culturally and cultural systems and processes, and the human resource development initiatives that we have been doing. So I believe strongly, or we as an organizations believe strongly that excellence is a journey, and these recognitions by participation for the first time and getting this recognition through going the evaluation process, our heavy civil infrastructure management team and human resource development team will be greatly encouraged, greatly inspired, and they will look forward to really continue this journey of human resource excellence, because excellence, there is no end. And we as a organizations on behalf of Larsen & Toubro, we are as a nation builder, we are engaged in building and creating a lot of infrastructure projects for the first time. We have been doing it since last 80 years, but in last 1 decade or so, and maybe in last 5 years or so, the infrastructure projects, creation, development, and construction and building them are of very different in nature. So we are building, some of the first of its kind infrastructure projects like bullet train, like Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, 22-kilometer bridge over sea, and coastal road projects in Mumbai, and similar in each and every fields of defense, nuclear, hydel power, and your rail transportation, both underground. So we have been doing that. So creating good systems and standards, human resource excellence, safety standards, quality standards are the hallmark to achieve this great task of creating infrastructure excellence in our country. So what we personally feel that in order to achieve that, Larsen & Toubro, our company, is known for developing people, developing good systems and processes. But while we embark upon this journey, human resource is the key fulcrum around which everything revolves. So therefore, through this process, we tested some of the work and initiatives that we are doing. And I'm quite hopeful and optimistic that the learnings that we have got, it is not that it satisfies us fully. Whatever we are doing is the end of it. This will further encourage and motivate us to do something more, because the kind of uncertainty and the difficulty that we are going through since last 1 year, innovations at each and every stage are the key. So therefore, our team, our management team, the guidance, the encouragement that they are giving to our team, human resource team, and all the stakeholders and partners, middle managers, all frontline supervisors are providing as an extended partner to human resource department to carry out this good work. And so thank you, IOD, to ignite and trigger and inspire our team to do further more good work. And excellence is a journey. We will continue to deliver and partner with our business through our strategic interventions. Employee care and welfare is the most important process that we realized in the last 1 year when we are going through this pain and grief and the difficulties period. So therefore, it is a huge learning for us, and we'll continue our journey. This participation is just to know that probably some of the things that we are doing are very independently assessed and given feedback to us. We would continuously look forward to partner with IOD in case we need, our some kind of insight how to further our journey of excellence. So thank you, IOD. Thank you, the jury, and thank you, our management team. Thank you, my team, human resource team, who have been great, in terms of doing work for our welfare and well-being and development of our people. So thank you all, and with this I'll end my acceptance.
Thank you very much indeed. And thank you. Congratulations again to L&T's Heavy Civil Infrastructure organisation. Congratulations. Moving into the third sector, we have this evening the consultancy sector, and the winner of the Golden Peacock HR Excellence Award in consultancy is Accenture Solutions from Bangalore. Accenture Solutions is a consulting, technology and outsourcing BPO. Its HR department is responsible for formulating the identification of high potential, particularly while applying business judgment and its integrated talent processes, and increasing the pipeline visibility across both business and geographic areas. The gender mix within Accenture is 44% women, which I think is probably statistically a very good proportion, albeit less than half. And I'm sure that Lakshmi Chandra Sekaran, who's the Managing Director and HR Lead, may well have something to say about that. So over to you, Lakshmi. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Can you hear me all right?
We can perfectly.
Great. Let me start by congratulating some of my fellow nominees, and my thanks to the jury and IOD for recognizing Accenture India HR with the Golden Peacock Award for Excellence, HR Excellence. It is indeed an honor and moment of great pride to be receiving this on behalf of my entire team. I believe this award is a testimony to how each and every member of my HR team is supporting our more than 200,000 people in Accenture India every single day, keeping our people at the center of everything we do and leading with care and compassion, even as they enable the growth of our business. Thank you for highlighting the metric around diversity. For us, we take the widest possible definition of diversity. Gender is just one of them. We do look at all segments of diversity, including persons with disability, LGBTQI, race, color. So it is very, very diverse. And we did make a very public announcement to get to a 50%, a gender equal workforce by about 2025, Graham. And I'm very pleased to share that we're well on our way to get to that milestone. In fact, last year alone, we achieved the other publicly announced milestone of being about 25% of our leadership as women. So we're well on our way to getting to our gender equal workforce as well. And for us in HR, it is our aspiration at Accenture to build a world-class, future-ready team of HR professionals who are equally innovative as they are compassionate. As someone once said, what gets recognized gets reinforced. So thank you, IIT, for reinforcing our aspiration with this recognition. Back to you, Graham.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Let's hope that that is an inspiring metric for some other organisations who are a long way behind, to say the least. So congratulations for all that you're doing for HR.
Thank you.
The fourth sector for us to explore here is the financial sector, the banking area in particular. The winner of the Golden Peacock Award for HR Excellence in this sector is the Bank of Baroda from Mumbai. Bank of Baroda is one of the major PSU banks in India. It's engaged in providing key banking products and services. Its specific HR projects that it's undertaken contribute to the change process, and they include amalgamation projects with erstwhile Vijaya Bank and the Denar Bank, and the Analytics Centre of Excellence, a big data project, and Integration Management Office. It's got demonstrable outcomes from its HR initiatives for the performance of the business and employees, which include the business per employee rate of 18.884 rupees in 2018, compared with 17.494 rupees in 2017, a tremendous growth. Congratulations to the Bank of Baroda. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Devadatta Chand, who is their Executive Director. Over to you, Mr. Chand.
Thank you. Good evening to all. It's an honor on the part of the entire Bank of Baroda family to receive this Golden Peacock Award. It's a recognition of the entire HR initiative and HR process that the Bank of Baroda does follow. We are very keen on the HR governance. We are very keen with regard to the work-life balance. We are very keen with regard to pursue some kind of a better working environment for all the staff. More so in a scenario like pandemic, where the bankers, the banking community has given some kind of a unhindered banking services to the entire masses. So this award particularly gives a lot of motivation to the entire bankers community and the Bank of Baroda in particular, with regard to continuing this journey with regard to creating a better work environment for the entire banking community. At the same time, give some kind of a play a big role in the entire economy with regard to driving the entire banking services in the current pandemic scenario. A big thanks to the entire jury, big thanks to IOD for recognizing Bank of Baroda, the entire family of Bank of Baroda, for giving this Golden Peacock Award. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chand, and congratulations again to the Bank of Baroda. In the financial sector banking, a second award winner this time is the Union Bank of India from Mumbai. Drum roll, please, for the Union Bank. Union Bank of India is a Government of India enterprise. It's headquartered in Mumbai. It's engaged in banking services. Its innovations have been in delivering its HR strategy and services in terms of digitization, the usage of technology, and so on, accompanied with demonstrable outcomes of HR initiatives on the performance of the business and the employees, which includes a generation of more than 300 business projects. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Baniak Tembun, who's the General Manager of HR Learning and Development. Over to you, Mr. Tembun. think we seem to have lost Mr. Tim. Hello?
And you all respect dignitary. Hello.
Hello, okay, we've lost your video, but
Hello.
we have you back.
And good evening to all dignitaries.
But yeah, we seem to be having a problem with Union Bank of India and Mr. Temburn's channel.
Hello, am I audible?
If you'd like to turn off your video, we can hear you. If your signal is a bit broken up. If you'd like to turn off the video, we might get a better signal.
Hello, now it is audible.
Yes, perfect. Yes, very clear.
Thank you, Mr. Graham, and good evening to all respected dignitaries. I'm very much pleased to be here on behalf of Union Bank. Union Bank feel honored by receiving this Golden Peacock Award for HR Excellence. At the outset, I would like to thank Indian Institute of Directors for conceptualizing and setting standards for HR excellence in HR and conferring this award to Union Bank of India. I thank to the entire team of Golden Peacock Award for their cooperation and recognizing Union Bank's effort in achieving our journey towards excellence. As you may be knowing, this last year, besides pandemic situation, Union Bank has also having a challenge to have amalgamation of two banks within us. And this Corporation Bank and Andhra Bank were amalgamated with Union Bank. And we have, with the help of successfully utilizing digitization or virtual training program and all this, we have successfully completed amalgamation. We have used digitization extensively for introducing our HR activities. And you may be this year only, we have also taken all this employee journey, including this cultural integration, which has smoothened, and it has one of the smoothest amalgamation in the banking industry. For HR front, we have introduced, we have rolled out a project Union Prerna, which takes care of employees' entire journey, right? The way this induction, his promotion, transfers, request, employee welfare schemes, everything is available on the mobile of the employee. And besides this, so many welfare wellness programs were organized by the bank for the facilitating our employees and their family members to face this challenging situation. On behalf of Union Bank of India, I thank Institute of Directors, Union Bank of India, recognizing our efforts towards achieving this excellence towards human resources practices and strategies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Vinayak. I'm sorry that you had some technical problems there, but we at least heard you, which was great. So thank you very much indeed. And congratulations too on the award to Union Bank of India. The next sector for the HR Excellence Awards is the IT sector. And the winner of the award in this area is Tech Mahindra Limited from Mumbai. A drum roll, please. Tech Mahindra provides services in telecoms, consulting, application outsourcing, infrastructure outsourcing, engineering services, business services, platform solutions, and mobile value-added solutions. The innovations that it's been introducing within HR have created continuous learning by development of a new platform, UAAS, which allows hyper-professionalization, a skilling unit, zero-touch learning, and digital jobs. The organisation has 31% of employees are female, and overall 125 nationalities are represented. Collecting the award on behalf of Tech Mahindra is their Global Chief People Officer and Head of Marketing, Mr. Harshvendra Soin. Mr. Soin, over to you.
So thank you, Graham. It's a proud moment indeed for all of us at Tech Mahindra to be declared winners of the Golden Peacock HR Excellence Award for 2020. Even more special because this is the second consecutive year that we have been honored with this award. My thanks to the Director General of the Institute of Directors, as well as the award jury, for recognizing Tech Mahindra's quest for excellence in our people practices. This, to me, is a testament of our culture, which is to drive positive change, celebrate each movement, and empowering all to rise, to dream, to do, and to become more. I would like to take this opportunity to dedicate this award to the 125,000 Tech Mighties who have worked tirelessly over the last year to help us resolve to rise to a better tomorrow. I would also like to take this opportunity, Graham, to congratulate all our industry peers who are winners and sharing the stage with us today. Thank you once again, and all the best to all the winners.
Thank you very much indeed, Harshvendra, and congratulations again to your organisation setting a standard, which is tremendous. Thank you. Moving into the seventh sector, this is the mining and metallurgy sector. And the winner of the award this year for HR Excellence is Hindalco Industries from the Hirakud complex in Hirakud. Hindalco Industries from Hirakud manufactures and markets aluminium ingots, foils, and wire rods. The HR team there plays a crucial role in improving manpower productivity and developing the technical skills, the leadership skills, promoting diversity, creativity, and collaborations around quality of life. Collecting the award on their behalf is Krishna Padi, who is the Senior Vice President of HR. Over to you, Mr. Padi.
Good evening, everyone. Respected jury members, other dignitaries, and honorable guests. It's a great pleasure to be here in this on this platform and receiving this prestigious award on behalf of Hindalco. Hindalco is in the family of Aditya Birla Group, as we all know. As it is said, great things in the business is never done alone or done by one person. They are done by a team of inspired people. I would take this opportunity to thank every member of my team, without whom this award would not have been possible. I am extremely honored to be receiving such an important award on behalf of Team Hirakud and Team HR. Thank you, jury. This means a lot. To briefly describe about our complex, as was said, Hindalco is a 60+ years aluminium complex, primary aluminium complex, situated in Sambalpur district of Odisha. Although it is old, still it is standing tall among its new age competitors. We all know change is the only constant, and for organizations like ours, which is so old, continuous change for better and being agile all the time are the only way to sustain in the competition. Hence comes the role of HR. We played a vital role in bringing in the right mindset, appropriate systems and processes, promoted learning and learning aptitude, encouraged creativity, rewarded and recognized instantly, and built the hunger for success in our teams. We reward failures too in our group because we know failures are the pillars of success. Even during ongoing pandemic, HR worked relentlessly and over time to ensure that it doesn't lose a single of its employee to this menace. Once again, thank you, jury members, guests, and audience for such appreciation and recognition of our work at Hindalco. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Padi, and congratulations again to Hindalco. The next sector for the Golden Peacock Award for HR Excellence is the pharmaceutical sector, and the winner of the award in this area is Abbott India from Mumbai. Abbott India is engaged in the production of diverse ranges of pharmaceuticals, devices, and diagnostics tools. Their demonstrable outcomes from their initiatives for employee and business performance include year-on-year sales increases, growing 1.5 times over the year, increases in average value of deals, in the reduction of the attrition rate of their customers to 15% in 2019. This has all been achieved through investment in HR, and collecting the award on their behalf is their regional HR director for India, Deepshika Mukherjee. Deepshika, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Graham, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I want to thank the Institute of Directors and the jury members for this prestigious recognition for Abbott. It's the very first time for us, and we are very, very privileged to get this recognition. A little about us. We are in healthcare, and every day, as an organization, we rise to the challenge so many people across the world can live healthier, fuller lives with our life-changing technologies. 2020 was tough, but we stood tall. Our employees ensure that we make essential medicines available across the world to people who need them, and they ensure that people have access to testing, medical devices, and nutritional products. At Abbott, we believe that being successful is not just about maintaining our market leadership, but also ensuring we offer to successful, rewarding, and fulfilling careers. And with that, our employee value proposition is come grow with a leader. We are a leader organization, and we have various initiatives which ensure our employees feel supported and empowered. And that is as part of a promise and commitment to our employees. And I do want to take this opportunity to thank the fantastic HR team, which is an extremely high-performing, very, very committed group of talented HR professionals, which has been working very closely with the business leaders to ensure we get recognized by the HR excellence. So thank you very much, and congratulations to all the other winners, and have a good evening, everybody. Thank you, Graham. Back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Deepshika. Thank you. Congratulations again to Abbott from Mumbai. We're moving into the next sector, which is the power generation sector. Again, for HR excellence. The winner of this award this year is NTPC, Saipat Superthermal Power Station from Bilaspur. NTPC Saipat is the first project to use supercritical technology for its 3 units of 660 megawatts and 2 units of 500 megawatts power generation. Their HR team has contributed higher generation per employee and a low attrition rate during the last 2 years at 0.1%. The ratio of women employees at the station has increased and improved, and the station has a regional learning institute, an RLI, for learning and development. Collecting the award on their behalf is Padma Kumar Rajasekaran, who is their executive director. Over to you, Mr. Rajasekaran.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I hope I am audible.
Perfectly, yes.
Yeah. It's a huge honor to accept this Golden Peacock HR Excellence Award 2020 on behalf of everyone at NTPC Saipat. I am earnestly grateful for the recognition we have received for our work. Human resources is the greatest asset of any organization, and our HR team has steered the morale and motivation of these resources and enabled excellence in these pandemic times. And this is clearly visible as Team Saipat has delivered power to the nation 24/7 throughout the pandemic. I sincerely thank Golden Peacock Award Secretariat and Selection Committee for bestowing this award upon us, and also for organizing this virtual award ceremony. As said by Benjamin Franklin, without continual growth and progress, such words as improvement, achievement, and success have no meaning. And so, we at CIPAR promise to be on the journey of continuous growth. Thank you, everyone. All the best to all the winners. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Rajasekaran, and congratulations again for the Power Generation Award to NTPC. Second one is in the renewables sector, and the winner of the Power Renewable HR Excellence Award is Mundra Solar from Mundra. Mundra Solar is engaged in the design, manufacture and supply of solar photovoltaic cells and modules. Based on HR enablers, HR activities and HR outcomes, they're defined in terms of metrics. They're lowering manpower cost as a percentage of revenue, they're reducing their attrition rate, and they're enhancing their employee engagement scores. The reduction in attrition rate has been 16.8% in 2018 to 19. And specifically, they've achieved this by contributing to change management processes of business sustainability and building capability for the retention of high-performance individuals. Spearheading behind this has been their HR team, and collecting the award on their behalf is the Chief Executive Officer, Ramesh Nair. Over to you, Mr. Nair.
Thank you, Graham. I think you almost summed up what are the practices in our business, so thank you very much for that. Yes, I'm very honored, and I would like to thank IOD for this award, and our business being quite a new business, about 4 years old, 4 to 5 years old, and we are in the business. We are the largest solar PV manufacturer in the country with a capacity of 1.5 gigawatts, and we are also the EPC business doing rooftop and distributed generation projects, and we are currently in the mode of expanding another 2 gigawatts into our portfolio. The business is growing well, and obviously these kind of things do happen with good HR practices, which are ingrained not just with HR team but as a team as a whole. And I think as a CEO, I think I'm the chief HR officer also in a way, because my role is basically to motivate and help people perform, and that's when you get. I always say you get extraordinary performance from ordinary people. I think that's what an organization is about all the time. Train, skill, back to basics, no jargons, but then fundamentally ensure that people are happy, motivated, trained, skilled, and they understand the organizational objectives as well as much as what the senior management understands. So I'm thankful for this award, and I accept it humbly on behalf of my team, my HR team, my operating team, and the whole organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ramesh, and congratulations again on receipt of the award. Leading from the heart of the organisation, clearly. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The next sector in the power area is the transmission sector, and the winner of this award is another part of Sterlite, the Sterlite Power Transmission Limited from New Delhi. Sterlite Power Transmission is a developer of power transmission infrastructure projects, both in India and Brazil. It's also sponsor of the IndiGrid, India's first power sector infrastructure investment trust. The company has created multiple leadership platforms through which leaders share information, reinforce their core purpose and the values of the organisation. Almost 30% of the current workforce come from what would be described as diverse sectors, and 12% is gender diverse. Collecting the award on their behalf is Kamaljeet Kaur, who is the Chief HR Officer of the organisation. Over to you, Kamaljeet.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you, everybody, and my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing team of the Golden Peacock HR Excellence Committee. I think this has been the first time we've participated on behalf of Sterlite Power for the HR Awards, and I found this process very, very comprehensive, transparent, and robust. And as a team, we got to know about some distinctive characteristics of our people offerings. I'm elated to accept the Golden Peacock Award for HR Excellence on behalf of the entire Sterlite Power. And this one goes to the team, the HR team. My colleague Arun is also there. Arun, if you're on the video, please come on. I think Sterlite Power is a very purpose-driven organization, and our values, respect, innovation, social impact, and fun are the cornerstones of our business, and by extension of our people philosophy and practices. At the outbreak of this pandemic, this brought us all together, and the teams have really worked tirelessly to ensure that our teams are at the front, to ensure that we continue to deliver consistent quality and build national assets. The people practices which the teams have been practicing has really supported us in achieving the well-being and productivity of our employees. And towards the end, I would really like to congratulate each and every member of the HR team who's made this award happen to us. Thank you once again, and thank you to everybody, and congratulations to all my industry peers for getting this award. Thanks a ton. Thank you, Graham, once again.
Thank you very much indeed, Kamaljeet, and congratulations again to Sterlite Power Transmission. The next sector that we're going to be looking at is refactories, and an interesting area, an important area, both traditionally and into the future. Refactories award sector has been won by TRL Krosaki Refactories from Jharsuguda. My apologies. Let's have a drum roll. TRL Krosaki Refractories manufactures basic dolomite, fire clay and alumina, silica, flow control and top hole clay refractories. They have a unique talent identification system which was introduced by HR to identify high potential and expertise. The strategic plan is for them to foster performance by creating a performance-oriented culture, evolving their strategic business partnerships, and moving towards being an employer of choice. The next 5-year plan has objectives to increase their gender density to 12% in the officer grade. Collecting the award on their behalf is Dr. R.K. Singh, who's the Vice President of HR and IR. Over to you, Dr. Singh. We have Dr. Singh online.
Good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening. Hope I'm audible.
You are perfectly. Well done. Thank you.
Yeah, so really, I would start with accepting this as an honor that this award we are receiving as TRL Krosaki for the first time, and then such a prestigious award is really honor to have such award. And I would like to thank our leadership team, starting with our managing director, which has made the HR as a business priority. And of course, leadership at each level, which has translated that human resource focus into the day-to-day life of the organization. As you rightly said that the unique talent strategy has been one of the forte which we have launched, where why we say unique, that it's not only focuses on the potential, but also on the expertise. So people who have built expertise over the period. So that has helped us specifically in helping the business in terms of business talent linked business strategy. So that, for example, like B2B sales we are into, but when it's not only sales but service function also, and do we have these service capabilities, and how do HR build that capability to support on the competitive space? So that is the one very important aspect that probably has helped us connect more with the business. The other, of course, is our outreach to the employees at the soft floor, and not only in the plant, but also across India to our extended sales force. And then that has really helped us to have the connect with the employees and the inputs, the grievances, the issues, and that has generated us the enthusiasm and also helped us cater to the requirement of engagement and taking the performance-based productivity to the next level. And the performance-based productivity is not only positively reinforced, but also are taken care in terms of performance improvement areas. And that has been one of the areas which has supported us in the business development. Over the period, what is happening that this has continuously improved the performance benchmark, and this has helped the organization in a big way. So that's on the business side, and definitely this award journey and the achievements over the period, I must be thanking my team members that who has contributed tirelessly towards the various HR initiative and its execution. And of course, not at the end, but not the last, but not the least, is thanking the institution of directors for conferring us this award. Thank you, and congratulations to all the winners on the sharing the dais. Thank you all.
Thank you very much indeed to Dr. Singh, and congratulations again to TRL Krosaki Refractories. Excellent award. Move into the next sector, which is the telecommunications sector. And the winner in this area is Ericsson's Global People Services from Gabon. Ericsson's Global People Services focuses on HR shared services within the Ericsson Group. The innovations that they've had for developing HR services have included 4 dimensions of people, process, technology, and continuous improvement. Human resources contribution to operational performance is achieved by various methods, such as value stream mapping, data quality, and process improvement frameworks. They have a detailed diversity and inclusion strategy with roles and responsibilities that have been defined. Collecting the award on their behalf is Andrew Gupta, who is the head of HR of Global People Services. Over to you, Mr. Gupta.
Thanks, Graham. Hope you can hear me. And thanks for having Ericsson here. And it's great to represent the team for all the good work which was done in 2020. I guess a lot of good things have been said by other winners and participants. I just want to add a couple of reflections as to how 2020 has been for us. I know it was a year which everyone wants to erase, but I would say that it has helped us to increase our digital footprint within the organization. And over the last 2 years, 2018 and 2019, we were on the journey towards simplification and automation and self-service. And it required a lot of change management and cultural change. But with this situation which we got in 2020, I guess it gave a platform where it was a forced change with very minimal downtime, and people embraced these changes on a real-time basis. And I hear that during the session we spoke a lot about digitalization. So digitalization was digitalization is part of agenda for a lot of us. But one thing which we did a bit different, we tried doing a bit different, was that we never lost the touch towards the human aspect of digitalization, because when companies and people embark towards the digitalization journey, the biggest reflections are that the human touch is is moving out, and in a function like us, people function, we really had to have that human touch. So all the things which we did, we followed three basic principles: that our digitalization should lead to an end product. It should not lead to a transaction. It should lead to a product which can be felt by an end employee. It should be simple to use, and it might not be best in class, but it should be in a way that it can be constantly corrected. We don't want to invest in building a best in class product where the shelf life is a couple of months or couple of years. So do it fast, correct it, and keep on reworking based on the employee experience. So that was our journey, and I really thank our teams who were not even the functional consultants or IT consultant, but they were only the process experts, and then who embarked on this digital journey by self-learning, self-teaching, and taking this journey to maturity. So really thankful for IOD for accepting our nomination, and the jury for judging us for this award. And I really want to take this award on behalf of my team, because it's very easy to be here and saying thanks, but all the hard work was done behind the scenes. So thanks a lot, team, for all the great work, and looking forward for much more occasions like this. Thanks, Graham.
Thank you very much, Anshu. Sorry about the interruptions there. Thank you for soldiering on. Congratulations.
No worries.
Congratulations. Final sector of the HR Excellence Awards today. This is to the Transportation Airports sector, and the winner is the Airports Authority of India from New Delhi. Drum roll, please. The Airports Authority of India hardly needs an introduction. They've worked on accelerating the integrated development, expansion and modernisation of air traffic services, passenger terminals, operational areas and cargo facilities at many of the airports in the country. The company has introduced initiatives like change management, the implementation of e-offices for faster decision making, payroll automation, employee self-service portals, online performance management, an ERP system, capability enhancement through virtual training and leadership development programs. A comprehensive suite of HR initiatives. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Prabhu, who is the Executive Director of Human Resources. Over to you, Mr. Prabhu.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible, sir?
You are perfectly clear.
It's a moment of pride to receive the Golden Peacock HR Excellence Award 2020 on behalf of Chairman, sir, Sri Sanjeev Kumar AS, and Board Member HR Sri Pathak, sir, HR fraternity, and all AA officials of Airport Authority of India. I would like to thank Institute of Directors and jury of panel for bestowing this recognition upon us. AA carries out diversified operations ranging from development of aviation infrastructure, its maintenance and surveillance of airspace of the country. We would like to dedicate this award to our ex-board member HR, Sri Anuj Agarwal sir, who led the organization through the turbulent times of COVID-19, but unfortunately we lost him during the COVID second wave. He was a force multiplier and inspiration began continuous improvement in HR practices. In the end, I would like to thank our entire HR team for this accolade and hope that it will continue to explore avenues for innovation and simplification of HR processes in order to fully harness the potential of our human resources. Once again, I am thanking the jury panel. Thank you to everyone and congratulations to all the winners. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Prabhu, and congratulations to your team, and commiserations and condolences for the loss of your leader. I think that is one of the first organisations we've heard from where somebody in the senior leadership team has sadly been lost. So congratulations to all of you. I'm sure an inspiration, everyone around you. Congratulations. Unfortunately, none of the online systems seems to have really come up with a method of providing a round of applause to absolutely everybody who has taken part in these kinds of awards. But certainly I think we would all like to do so to all of the attendees, all of the awardees. Any recipient of the Golden Peacock Awards deserves a round of applause. So a virtual one to all of you. I'd like to hand over now to Pradeep Chaturvedi, who is the Vice President of the IOD, who I believe would like to offer a vote of thanks to everyone. Over to you, Pradeep.
Thank you very much, Graham, for the wonderful anchoring that you have done, and you have really carried through the 38 award winners, giving them the best of the recognition that they could have thought of. We have spent 30 years of our journey recognizing the business leaders so they do much better, they outperform and then become the global leaders. And that's our motto, and that's what IOD had been working for the last 30 years. And we were very happy to see that all those who got the awards this year are really a class in themselves. Even in the CSR applications, if you look at, we tried to do the survey of it, and we found that CSR, whereas most of the people thought that maybe because of the pandemic, everyone will be spending money on the relief, but most of the companies had spent very judiciously between doing relief work as well as creating a longer term job opportunities, training them, reskilling them, and really creating the management skills into them. And that was a wonderful job. And also the HR practices that we found, they have moved on very fast onto the digital, through digitalization, and seeing that how the companies could really move on. It was a wonderful experience to go through all these examples that we had. Let me tell you, these are one of the best that you could have just thought of in the world for the way, the speed at which the changes have been brought around. We are also grateful for the Honorable Minister for his extremely kind words, his remembering and also reconnecting with when we did functions when his father was the Chief Minister. He was obviously very kind, and his faith in IOD and belief in IOD really is shown when he invited IOD to organize the 9th, which he thought the number 9 is a ominous number, and he thought the 9th function should be done in his constituency in Himachal. That really shows the belief that he has, that IOD has the capability, IOD has the kind of manpower that we have, and the system that we have built. We are really extremely grateful for the Honorable Minister for finding out the time and to be with us and to encourage not only us, but the whole business community at large. We are really grateful to other speakers, Mr. Ratna Shekhar, Mr. Narayan Murthy, Mr. Srimantini Court, Ms. Orla Collins of ACCA, Mr. A.K. Jana, and then we are especially grateful to our guest of honor, Mr. Tarun Kapoor, who is an engineer by education, was established the highest standards in corporate governance and has brought around a big change in the government's whole outlook. His support for these activities will really carry the industries a way forward. And we are also grateful for Mrs. Rashri Birla, who is another guest of honor, for addressing all the participants. I may just like to narrate one small incident, because for the last 7-8 years we have been doing a survey of the reports of all the feedback that we got for our CSR reports. And in the first one of them, we just thought that many companies which were collecting and spending money, but it was not distributed all over the country. And many of the hilly areas and northeast areas were not receiving the kind of funds. We did bring it to Mrs. Birla's notice, and she was very kind enough to say that she will look into and see that how they can distribute and go around to the different places. And today, the Honorable Minister's statement that asking Mrs. Birla to look into how the money is spent on CSR activities in Himachal really joins with the kind of surveys that IOD has been doing. Every CSR award is really surveyed, and our surveys have really brought around great importance. And all these, we and Mr. Ashok Kapoor and all the team, the Manoj Raut and all the team of the institution did a wonderful job, Mr. Agnoti, General Elwale and all, for guiding and organizing this team. But we could not have really achieved these, but we must thank all our sponsors who had faith in IOD. And we are really thankful to ACCA, UK Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, a global body of professional accountants operating in 180 countries. We are also pleased to HPCL, Mittal Energy Limited, Oil India Limited, Bharat Electronics Limited, and Petronet LNG Limited for the gold partners. We also thank our silver partners, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, Kerala State Electronics Development Corporation Limited, Madras Fertilizers Limited, Gardenish, Shipbuilders and Engineers Limited, Bangalore Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited, Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers, Indraprastha Gas Limited, Brahmaputra Cracker and Polymers Limited, Bharat Petroleum, Chennai Petroleum Limited, Barmer Lorry, Kerala Industrial Infrastructure Development Corporation, and Goa Limited. All their support really made this possible. We also had the support of the Chief Secretary of Government of Kerala, who could not join us. But then we really see that all these presence and support of all these eminent personalities shows the confidence in the awards that we do, and we do really assure you that all our awards will really go a long way in raising the benchmarks for the Indian companies. And we wish everyone a great success. We wish all the award winners all the best. And I would like to once again thank the team which really managed our technical thing. And we must really, Ravi and all, we must thank everyone. And thank you very much for being with us. And we look forward to receiving you at the next award and next functions of the Institute. Thank you very much. Stay safe and stay healthy.